LoveLore Library. Chapter 239. Your Majesty, there's definitely a sign in Guan Osprey Palace. Wait. Zhu Qin narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows. He pinched his fingers as he searched for the right direction. He only stopped when he reached the swing in Pear Blossom Garden. Your Majesty, if this humble Taoist's calculations aren't wrong, there's definitely a sign down there, said Zhu Qin firmly, his gaze sharp. Guards! Dig! Yi Hongyi's gaze was heavy as he looked at Yao Moen in his arms meaningfully. At this time, the guards had already found a shovel and started digging. Be gentler. If the sign of heavenly mandate is damaged, it's considered inauspicious, reminded Zhu Qin urgently. The guards naturally understood the severity of this, so they threw away their shovels and started digging with their hands. About 5 minutes later, one of the guards suddenly cried out in surprise. I see it! I see it! Everyone rushed over when they heard this. At this time, a large Ganoderma had appeared in front of them. The Ganoderma's shell was dark purple and glowed with a faint light. When it first appeared, white smoke rose. That's strange. Why would a Ganoderma grow in the soil? Muttered Ting Yu in shock. Pfff. Right at this time, Zhu Qin suddenly coughed up blood and stumbled to the ground. How could this be? Guards, hurry and help Taoist priest up. When Yi Hongyi saw this, he immediately ordered the guards to help Zhu Qin to his side. Your Majesty. In order to make Your Majesty believe this humble Taoist had just revealed the heavenly secrets. Now, his lifespan has been cut short because of the wrath of the heavens. This Ganoderma's name is Purple Light, it's an auspicious sign. Your Majesty must move it to Central Dragon Palace and nurture it well. Your Majesty will definitely live as long as the heavens. After Zhu Qin said this, he immediately fell unconscious. Taoist priest. Guards! Hurry and send Taoist priest to the Imperial Hospital, said Yi Hongyi worriedly. Once the guards carried Zhu Qin out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi immediately ordered the gardener to move the Ganoderma into a high-quality porcelain pot and bring it back to Central Dragon Palace. At dinner, Yao Moen, who had been busy the entire day, leaned back tiredly on the chaise lounge and lightly stroked Fluffy's fur. It's impossible to find such a large lingji in the entire imperial palace. How did you get it? Yi Junqing sat down at the table and looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Just because the imperial palace doesn't have something doesn't mean that Phoenix Feather Manor doesn't have it. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved into a smile as her eyes lit up. Poor Yan Nanxing. In this prince's opinion, even if Zhu Qin's performance today was extraordinary, His Majesty might not necessarily believe him. The scene of Yan Nanxing coughing up blood while leaning on the table suddenly appeared in Yi Junqing's mind. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Of course not. Moen is waiting. Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile as a light flashed through her eyes. Wait for what? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen curiously. At this moment Yin Shui descended from the sky with an account book that was more than half a foot tall. Nyang Nyang, the things you've been waiting for have arrived. As Yin Shui spoke, she placed around 100 account books by Yao Moen's side. And, bring the side table over, and my treasures as well. Yao Moen ordered indifferently before sitting down on the chaise lounge. When Yin Shui placed the golden abacus in front of Yao Moen, Yi Junqing stood up in shock and walked over to Yao Moen. What's this? Yi Junqing saw the words Yao's Silk and Satin Factory written on the top of the account book and became suspicious. It's time to calculate just how much wealth Moen has. Yao Moen casually picked up the account book and flicked the abacus around with one hand. Then she flipped through the account book, her jade-like fingers dancing on the abacus. Her movements were elegant as if she was playing a zither, and the sound was crisp and pleasing to the ear. Only now did Yi Junqing notice that there were beads made from white jade, jadeite, and colored glass mixed into the golden abacus. That was why they made such a pleasant sound when they touched each other. This is Meng Yuan's account book. There's this much. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Isn't it good to have more? In the future, if Prince encounters trouble, you can always seek shelter with Moen. With this wealth, it wouldn't be a problem for Prince to not have to worry about food and clothing. Yao Moen raised her bright eyes slightly. This prince doesn't want to live that kind of life of relying on someone else's charity, said Yi Junqing angrily. Then what kind of life is Prince living right now? Yao Moen smiled lightly as her fingers moved quickly. Her movements were as smooth as a whirlwind. Speechless, Yi Junqing stormed off in a fit of pique. The next day, when Zhu Qin woke up from his coma, the first thing he thought of was to lick his teeth with his tongue to make sure that he had swallowed the blood sac in time. Taoist priest is awake. A gentle voice brushed past his ears like a spring breeze. When Zhu Qin turned to look at the source of the voice, he was shocked to see a peerlessly beautiful face appear in front of him. This humble Taoist. Just as Zhu Qin was about to get up, Yao Sulwan pressed down on his shoulder. Taoist priest's body is weak, there's no need to bow. As Yao Moen spoke, she brought the teacup in her hands to Zhu Chen's lips. This humble Taoist, thanks noble consort for your concern. When Zhu Chen felt Yao Sulwan's fingers caressing his shoulder, he couldn't help but swallow and speak hoarsely. Sulwan and Taoist priest have met a few times before. Yesterday, when I heard that Taoist priest had vomited blood and fainted, Sulwan felt uneasy and couldn't sleep the entire night. That's why I snuck into remote realm courtyard to visit. It's a good thing that Taoist priest is fine, otherwise Sulwan's heart would. Yao Sulwan's beautiful eyes glowed with endless charm as she subconsciously moved her hand from Zhu Chen's shoulder to his chest. Zhu Chen thanks noble consort for your concern. As Zhu Chen spoke, he took the teacup with both hands and seemed to unconsciously move backwards. Since Taoist priest is fine, Sulwan will return to the palace first. I'll visit again later. Yao Sulwan knew that she couldn't stay in remote realm courtyard for long, so she reluctantly withdrew her hand and turned to leave. As he watched Yao Sulwan walk out of the room, Zhu Chen couldn't help but sigh in relief. That was close, he almost couldn't control himself. Who are you? Just as Zhu Chen was about to relax, a figure suddenly flashed past. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui had reported everything she had seen to Yao Moen. TSK, what a pity. How could Taoist priest refuse such a beauty in front of him? Yao Moen looked towards Zhu Chen with a regretful expression as she raised a hand to indicate that he should get up. This humble Taoist swears that this humble Taoist definitely doesn't have the slightest bit of desire towards noble consort Li. Your Highness, please understand. Zhu Chen knew very well that Yao Sulwan was this god of plague's second older sister. Even if he wanted a woman, there was no need for him to touch the ground on top of the god's head. Ever since that night, Zhu Chen understood one thing from the bottom of his heart. He would rather die than offend this ancestor in front of him. As for what exactly happened that night, Zhu Chen wouldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. Why? Second older sister isn't pretty. Can't enter Taoist priest's eyes. Yao Moen's eyes widened as she asked this. That's not it. Then that's for the best. Listen well, if Yao Sulwan tries to get her hands on you again, there's no need for you to be polite. If there's a flower to be plucked, then pluck it. Don't wait until there's no flower and only the branch, understand? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she instructed him solemnly. This isn't good, right? Zhu Chen looked towards Yao Moen timidly as he spoke. Of course not. Since second older sister has needs, you just have to satisfy her. If this consort finds out that you're pretending to be virtuous again, be careful of throwing you into the cleaning room. If there's something you can't use, you might as well just cut it off. Yao Moen looked towards Ju Qin seriously. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Chapter 240. This humble Taoist guarantees that noble consortly will be satisfied, said Ju Qin confidently. 5 days from now, the purple Lingji mushroom in Central Dragon Palace will become dispirited and lose all of its luster. Do you know what to do at that time? Yao Moen had already sprinkled some medicinal powder on the Lingji when she buried it. This humble Taoist understands. Ju Qin nodded firmly. And Yin Shui, send him back. Yao Moen looked at Yin Shui meaningfully. Yin Shui naturally understood her master's meaning, so before sending Ju Qin back to Realm Separation Courtyard, she first threw him into Jade Lake for a swim. As a result, Ju Qin caught a cold on the night he returned. He only got better on the day he received Yi Hongyi's imperial edict. Inside Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi's brows were tightly furrowed as he looked coldly at the Lingji by the window. We ask you, why is this Lingji so dispirited? Yi Hongyi looked towards Ju Qin angrily. After that day, the reason Yi Hongyi hadn't gone to find Ju Qin was because Ju Qin had once been second imperial brother's retainer. Yi Hongyi was still a bit wary of him rashly using it. Why is it like this? Ju Qin quickly walked up to the Lingji and muttered worriedly with furrowed brows. His Majesty is asking you right now, what kind of answer is that? Ever since Ju Qin had entered, and Bingshan's gaze had landed on Ju Qin, he wanted to glare Ju Qin to death. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Let this humble Taoist calculate first. Ju Qin ignored Bingshan's mockery and suddenly raised his horsetail whisk. He circled around Central Dragon Palace a few times before finally stopping in front of the secret door. Forgive this humble Taoist for saying something disrespectful, but there are filthy things inside Central Dragon Palace and the miasma is extremely strong. This isn't something the Lingji can endure, said Ju Qin seriously as he paced back and forth in front of the secret door. Bullshit. You. In his shock and anger, Bingshan forgot that Yi Hongyi was present and immediately cursed. Bingshan. Yi Hongyi looked towards Bingshan coldly. Only when he saw the fury on his dragon face did Bingshan realize that he had lost control of himself. He immediately bent down in front of Yi Hongyi. Your Majesty, please don't listen to this evil Taoist's nonsense. Central Dragon Palace is the residence of the Son of Heaven, so how could it be filthy? It's clearly because the Lingji mushroom wasn't feeling well after it was unearthed that it's withering away. Bingshan argued. And we are also considering this. Taoist priest, do you think Eunuch An's words make sense? In the end, Yi Hongyi had been by his side for many years, so he didn't think too deeply about Bingshan's rudeness. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can very well move the Lingji out of Central Dragon Palace. Fortunately, the Lingji's foundation hasn't been damaged. This humble Taoist dares to use his head to guarantee that as long as it leaves Central Dragon Palace, the Lingji will definitely reappear, Ju Qin solemnly vowed. Your Majesty, why don't you move this Lingji to this old servant's room? This old servant will definitely take good care of it, suggested Bingshan. Forgive this humble Taoist for saying too much, but the Lingji is an immortal herb, so how could this servant's fate possibly affect it? If it's moved to Eunuch An's room, it'll probably die even faster. How could Ju Qin not guess Bingshan's ploy? He immediately spoke up to stop him. Forget it, bring it back to Guan Osprey Palace first. All of you can withdraw. We want to rest. Yi Hongyi felt a dull pain in his forehead, then waved his hands to dismiss the two of them before walking into the inner room. At this time, there were already guards carrying the Lingji out of Central Dragon Palace. Zhu Chen naturally swaggered out. When he saw the Lingji glowing with a faint purple light, as if it had been reborn, Yi Hongyi's eyes abruptly turned cold. Your Majesty, don't worry. Those gardeners come over every day to fertilize and add soil to the Lingji. They take very good care of it. It's a pity that Wanner doesn't know how, otherwise I would definitely personally take good care of the Lingji for your Majesty. Yao Moen cheerfully walked over to Yi Hongyi, her tender voice as pleasant as an oriole's. This Lingji is only taken care of by the gardeners. Yi Hongyi lowered his eyes to look towards Yao Moen. That's right. Wanner hasn't let Yi Junqing enter this room for the past 2 days, said Yao Moen seriously as she nodded firmly. Why? Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. He's always so clumsy. What if he knocks over your Majesty's treasure? Replied Yao Moen earnestly. In reality, Yao Moen was afraid that someone would use the matter of the Lingji's revival to insinuate that Yi Junqing had the fate of an emperor. In this imperial palace, she had to be careful. Wanner is considerate. We forgot that we still have important matters to take care of. Sleep a bit more, we'll come over to accompany you later. Yi Hongyi forced out a smile and patted Yao Moen's head, then turned to leave Guan Osprey Palace. As Yao Moen watched Yi Hongyi hurriedly leave, her lips curved in a strange smile. The gentleman had already entered the trap, the wonderful show was about to begin. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi tossed the memorial on the table onto Bingshan's head. His eyes were dark. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. There are no problems with the pills this old servant has refined, they will only ensure your Majesty's longevity. They definitely aren't filthy things. Your Majesty, please don't listen to that demonic Daoist's lies. Your Majesty, do you still remember that he's an old subordinate of the second prince? This old servant had long suspected that this demonic Daoist had some ulterior motive for entering the imperial palace again. This old servant also found out that the second prince once saved this demonic Daoist's entire family. It's very likely that he entered the imperial palace this time to get revenge for the second prince. Your Majesty, if this person isn't eliminated, there will be endless troubles in the future. And Bingshan had expected that the Lingji would come back to life, but he hadn't expected that Yi Hongyi would have such a big reaction and immediately punish him. Chapter 241. Revenge? Tell us, what right does he have to take revenge for Yi Mohan? Based on that mouth of his. Yi Hongyi clearly didn't believe in Bingshan's words. Your Majesty, please think about it. Why did that Lingji have to appear right when he came? This old servant. And Bingshan knelt on the ground in panic. He knew very well that the only reason your Majesty had been indulging him all these years was because of the pill refining room. If something happened to the pill refining room, he wouldn't be far from death. That's because there's no such expert in the imperial palace. Do you think we're an idiot? We ordered people to investigate the roots of the Lingji, and the people in the greenhouse clearly told us that the Lingji has lived in Guan Osprey Palace for at least 300 years. You can't be saying that Zhu Qin colluded with the gardener to trick us, right? We also investigated. That gardener has been in the greenhouse ever since he entered the palace at the age of 10. He doesn't know who Zhu Qin is at all. And Bingshan, what else do you have to say? Yi Hongyi slammed the table angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been in a daze recently, he wouldn't have suspected the pills just because of Zhu Chen's words. Your Majesty is wise. This old servant has been refining pills for your Majesty for all these years and has done everything personally. This old servant has personally tried every batch of pills. There's absolutely no problem. And Bingshan hadn't expected that Yi Hongyi would actually investigate so many things in private. He didn't dare mention the word Zhu Chen again. Then how do you explain that ever since we took the new pills you made, we've been in a daze like we're in a dream? Even the matters in the palace. Go bring those pills over. Azure Dragon, you go with him. Yi Hongyi found it hard to say, so he ordered An Bingshan to bring the pills from Central Dragon Palace. He also ordered Azure Dragon to go with him to prevent An Bingshan from changing the pills. This old servant will go right away, said An Bingshan fearfully before leaving the imperial study. After An Bingshan left, Yi Hongyi ordered someone to go to Remote Realm Courtyard to invite Zhu Qin. In Remote Realm Courtyard, Yao Sulwan was dressed in a luxurious robe. The wide lapels of the robe revealed her beautiful neck, especially the snow-white chest. Zhu Qin gulped when he saw it. Sulwan heard that Taoism has a dual cultivation method. If Taoist priest is interested, please teach me a thing or two. Or like this. Yao Sulwan's jade-like fingers pressed against Zhu Chen's chest and pulled his Taoist robe down to his waist. Her coquettish voice was enough to make anyone's bones go soft. Zhu Chen knew why he had come to the palace. He originally didn't want to provoke this peach blossom, but since Yao Moan had decreed it, there was no need for him to have any misgivings. If noble consortly has the heart, Zhu Chen will definitely devote himself to teaching noble consort. Zhu Chen's voice was rough and hoarse. At this moment, Zhu Chen had already tugged on Yao Sulwan's belt and his hands were impatiently opening the complicated clothes. When Yao Sulwan saw that Zhu Chen couldn't hold himself back any longer, she burrowed into his embrace. Just as the two of them were about to put on a show of their passionate entanglement, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. When the two of them heard the sound, they immediately panicked. Yao Sulwan didn't even think twice before grabbing her shoes and hiding under the bed. His Majesty has summoned the state preceptor to the imperial study for an audience, reported the eunuch outside the door. Zhu Chen hurriedly straightened his Taoist robes before opening the door. State preceptor, please. The little eunuch bent his body and walked in front. Zhu Chen reflexively turned around to glance under the bed before closing the door and leaving. In the shadows, Yao Moan waited until Yao Sulwan sneaked out of the room before turning to leave. Your Highness, this servant doesn't understand. Why would Yao Sulwan use her body to curry favor with Zhu Qin? Is she trying to have Zhu Qin use the art of divination to change His Majesty's opinion of her? Tingyu looked towards her master in confusion. The conflict between her and His Majesty is irreconcilable. She knows this very well, so the possibility you mentioned doesn't exist at all. If this consort's guess isn't wrong, she might. If that's really the case, then this consort's younger sister is truly becoming more and more daring. Yao Moan's eyes curved and her smile was as brilliant as a flower. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi handed the pill in An Bingshan's hands to Zhu Qin. Taoist priest, please take a look. What use does this pill have? Yi Hongyi's voice was soothing and his attitude was gentle. The hostility in his eyes had lessened slightly. Zhu Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart as he accepted the pill with both hands. However, when he sniffed the pill, he was inwardly shocked. According to Yao Moan's description, the pills An Bingshan had been refining recently were definitely poisonous. However, although the pill in his hands wasn't some good medicine that could make one live longer, it wasn't poisonous and wouldn't kill a person. There was no doubt that An Bingshan had swapped out the pills from before. Long live His Majesty! Zhu Chen suddenly had an idea. He immediately knelt in front of Yi Hongyi and raised the pill high above his head. Taoist priest, what do you mean? Yi Hongyi looked towards Zhu Chen in confusion. It's the country's fortune that Your Majesty was able to obtain this good medicine. Zhu Chen's words caused the trembling An Bingshan to burst into an uproar. Based on his understanding of Zhu Chen would definitely be able to smell that this was an extremely ordinary appetizer pill. The ingredients were also the cheapest hawthorn, so there was no value to speak of. Oh. What do you mean by that, State Preceptor? Yi Hongyi glanced at Bingshan, then his gaze landed on Ju Qin. If this humble Daoist's guess is correct, this medicine should have been made from rare medicinal ingredients and a good recipe to extend one's lifespan. Even if this humble Daoist was well versed in this field, he might not have been able to come up with such an accurate recipe. Ju Qin praised the pill in his hands. Is this medicine really as miraculous as Daoist priest says? Yi Hongyi raised his brows slightly. How could this humble Daoist dare to deceive your majesty, said Ju Qin confidently. And Daoist priest truly has good eyesight. Daoist priest, please stay in the palace. We will soon announce to the world that Daoist priest is appointed as state preceptor. Yi Hongyi was in a great mood and dismissed Ju Qin. Then, he comforted Bingshan for a bit before ordering him to leave. After Bingshan left the imperial study, the first thing he did was look for Ju Qin. Why are you helping Zejia? Bingshan originally thought that Ju Qin would criticize the pill as being completely useless and that he wouldn't be able to escape His Majesty's blame. However, the result was completely different from what he expected. What else? Did senior brother think that Ju Qin would use this opportunity to steal senior brother's rice bowl? Ju Qin doesn't care for that kind of foul atmosphere, said Ju Qin resentfully as he placed his horsetail whisk on the table. What Zejia is asking is why you didn't use this opportunity to censure Zejia. Don't you really want Zejia to die? Bingshan was still suspicious of Ju Qin's attitude. Based on senior brother's position in His Majesty's heart, a small appetizer pill wouldn't be able to take senior brother's life. Also, Ju Qin emphasized that if senior brother died, His Majesty would definitely push the responsibility of refining the pill onto Ju Qin. Ju Qin isn't interested in something that requires a lot of effort and doesn't bring any benefits. Ju Qin glanced at Bingshan as he regretted missing this opportunity. It seems like you're still stubborn and insist on opposing Zejia. Since that's the case, there's no need for Zejia to accept this favor of yours. Humph. Bingshan glared at Ju Qin before leaving angrily. That night, when Ju Qin appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, he was shocked to see Yi Junqing sitting there. He immediately took a few steps back and looked towards Yao Moen timidly. What kind of attitude is this? Is this prince a tiger? Can this prince eat people? Yi Junqing glanced at Ju Qin, but his hands weren't clenched into fists. Prince isn't a tiger, but he can still eat people. As Ju Qin spoke, he took another 2 steps towards Yao Moen. This consort is asking you, why didn't you censure Bingshan in front of His Majesty today? Yao Moen fixed her gaze on Ju Qin as her cherry lips parted slightly. There wasn't a trace of emotion in her clear voice. Your Highness, please understand. This humble Daoist only did this because he didn't want to beat the grass and alert the snake. Once this humble Daoist exposed Bingshan, His Majesty might punish him, but he definitely wouldn't bear to kill him. If Bingshan were to change the ingredients in the pill refinement room because of this, we would no longer have any evidence to prove that the pills he refined were poisonous. This humble Daoist had no choice but to change Your Highness's plans at the last minute, reported Ju Qin sincerely as he knelt on the ground. Chapter 242. His Highness lost. Tingyu, help this consort keep His Highness Flame's soul sword properly. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with a faint smile. At this time, Tingyu had already brought the Flame's soul sword to Yao Moen's room with both hands. Flowery, flowery demoness. Yi Junqing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Ju Qin didn't understand and couldn't help but start trembling. You did very well. This was this consort's negligence. This consort didn't think that Bingshan would swap out the pills so quickly. Thankfully, you're smart and know how to be flexible. Yao Moan nodded in approval as a sharp light flashed through her eyes. This humble Taoist thanks your highness for your praise. However, after this incident, even if Bingshan doesn't swap out the ingredients, he'll destroy those pills. At that time, wouldn't it be even harder for us to find evidence against him? Asked Zhu Chen worriedly. That won't happen. Yin Shui, give it to him. Yao Moan's red lips moved slightly with a faint smile. At the side, Yin Shui had already passed the paper bag to Zhu Chen. This is the raw material for the medicine? Asked Zhu Chen in shock after taking a sniff. This consort knows of your abilities. We can have as much evidence as Bingshan throughout, right? Yao Moan looked towards Zhu Chen meaningfully. This humble Taoist understands. Don't worry, your highness, this humble Taoist knows what to do. Yao Moan didn't see a trace of doubt on Zhu Chen's face. This consort knows that refining those pills will cause poison. Aren't you afraid? Yao Moan looked towards Zhu Chen suspiciously. Since Zhu Chen chose to enter the palace, he didn't plan on leaving alive. Zhu Chen's submissive expression changed to one of extreme determination. Why? Yao Moan knew what Zhu Chen was thinking the best, but she still asked. If she wanted to keep Zhu Chen for her own use, the first thing she had to do was resolve the enmity between him and Yi Junqing. To get revenge for the second prince. Zhu Chen wasn't afraid to say something disrespectful. Even though His Majesty had ordered the second prince to be killed that day, the Empress had been benevolent and had left a path of retreat for the second prince. He hated that Bingshan had secretly sent people to ambush the second prince in order to claim credit, which was why the second prince had been shot to death. A loyal subject would not serve two masters. Zhu Chen had been struggling at death's door and hiding in Clear Wind Monastery because he wanted to find a chance to take revenge for the second prince. Zhu Chen knows that he doesn't have the ability to kill His Majesty, but Zhu Chen definitely can't let that despicable Bingshan go. Zhu Chen promises that as long as Bingshan dies, Zhu Chen will allow the esteemed prince to punish me however he wants, and I won't have any regrets in death. Zhu Chen's words stunned Yi Junqing. What did you say? Back then, Mo Xin had intentionally let second imperial brother go. Yi Junqing abruptly stood up and grabbed Zhu Chen with both hands as his eyes shone brilliantly. He had always thought that Mo Xin was willing to do anything for Yi Hongyi, so there were some things that he hid in his heart and didn't say. How could Zhu Chen dare to deceive your highness and the esteemed prince? Back then, Empress Yao secretly sent someone to pass on a message to Zhu Chen, but unfortunately, the plans of man are no match for the plans of the heavens. The second prince is unlucky, but Zhu Chen still remembers Empress Yao's kindness. Tears welled up in Zhu Chen's eyes and his voice was choked with emotion. So that's how it is. It's been hard on Mo Xin. Yi Junqing let go of Zhu Chen dejectedly and stumbled back into the chair. His heart felt like it had been tossed into a field of thorns and it was bleeding profusely. He should have known that a woman like Imo Axayan wouldn't do such a vicious and merciless thing. There's no need to refine this medicine. I'll think of another way to deal with the physical evidence. Recalling the past, although she wanted to save Yi Mohan, she couldn't save his life in the end. Your Highness, there's no need to be like this. Zhu Chen naturally has a way to refine the antidote, said Zhu Chen confidently as he looked towards Yao Moan gratefully. Really? If that's the case, you can save a few more lives. Yin Shui, send him back. Yao Moan nodded approvingly. Just as Yin Shui was about to leave with Zhu Chen, Yao Moan added. Remember this consort's words. If there's a flower to be plucked, then pluck it. This is one of the rewards this consort is giving you. Yao Moan stopped talking and Zhu Chen's face turned completely red. Once Zhu Chen left, Yao Moan turned to look towards Yi Junqing with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. She originally didn't want Zhu Qin to bring up the past again, but only if Yi Junqing understood the reason why by Zhu Qin was still alive would he feel less resentful towards this person. Who could guarantee that this Zhu Qin wouldn't become Yi Junqing's left and right arms in the future? Your Highness, aren't you moved? I never expected that the woman you love would actually have a heart of glazed glass, said Yao Moan as she looked towards Yi Junqing teasingly. Ma Xin has always had a heart of glazed glass, unlike a certain person. Yi Junqing put away the sorrow in his eyes and snorted coldly. Oh. Then what should Moan do to make Prince feel that Moan is also a kind person? Yao Moan rested her chin on one hand as she looked towards Yi Junqing with interest. If you're willing to return the Flame Soul Sword to this prince, ahem. Moan suddenly feels like being a good person isn't Moan's goal. It's getting late, Moan needs to rest. Prince, please do as you wish. Yao Moan coughed lightly, then got up to head towards the bedroom. You're leaving just like that? Then what about this prince's Flame Soul Sword? Yi Junqing hurriedly got up and asked loudly. That's not Prince's Flame Soul Sword, it's Moan's. Prince, please pay attention to your wording. Yao Moan looked back and pursed her lips. That smile was so charming that it caused all the beauties to lose their color. Yi Junqing couldn't help but stand there in a daze. It wasn't until the door was shut that he came back to his senses. Her heart's too black, muttered Yi Junqing hatefully before turning to leave helplessly. When she saw Mingyu again, Yao Moan abruptly got up and her eyes misted up. She saw that Mingyu's face was ashen, her hands were withered, and her eyes were sunken in. She was clearly terminally ill. This servant Mingyu kowtows in salute to your Imperial Highness. When Yao Moan saw that Mingyu was about to kneel, she immediately walked up and personally helped Mingyu to the table. Yin Shui, bring the medicine over. As Yao Moan urged, Yin Shui had already handed the antidote that Zhu Qin had refined last night to Yao Moan. Your Imperial Highness. Mingyu was just about to speak when Yao Moan stopped her. Eat this first. As Yao Moan spoke, she placed the pill in Mingyu's mouth, then personally poured a cup of water for her to drink. This servant thanks your Imperial Highness, but Mingyu knows very well that her body probably doesn't have many days left to live. Mingyu heard about what happened that day. This servant was incompetent and didn't notice that Bingshan had secretly swapped out the pills, causing your Highness's plan to fail. This servant deserves to die. Mingyu's eyes overflowed with tears as she choked with sobs. Misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. This consort promised you that you would definitely see Bingshan's fate with your own eyes. Vowed Yao Moan. Master, look. At the side, Yin Shui was astonished by Mingyu's transformation. Go get the copper mirror. Yao Moan's cherry lips curved into a smile as her eyes sparkled. When Mingyu saw that her face was as radiant as before in the copper mirror, she was so happy that she couldn't hold back her tears. This servant kowtows in thanks for your Imperial Highness's grace. At this moment, Mingyu's cheeks were rosy and her eyes were spirited. Even her withered hands were glowing. It was clear just how miraculous the antidote that Zhu Qin had refined was. Stand up and speak. Yin Shui, give the antidote to Mingyu, ordered Yao Moan. Your Imperial Highness, this antidote. Mingyu looked towards Yao Moan in confusion. Chapter 243. The time for you to take revenge has come. Once you return, distribute these antidotes to the Poison Palace maids. Afterwards, tell Bingshan that there are no problems with his prescription and dosage. Do you understand this consort's meaning? Said Yao Moan solemnly, her eyes bright. Your Highness means that we should continue to use this method to refine medicine. Because we've taken the antidote, nothing will happen to us. As for Bing Shan, he often goes to the pill refining room, so your highness is wise, exclaimed Mingyu excitedly, giving him a taste of his own medicine. The heavens aren't fated to let Bing Shan die so easily. This consort is just following the will of the heavens. Yao Moan smiled lightly. Just as Yao Moan expected, just as Bing Shan was about to secretly execute all the palace maids in the pill refining room, he discovered that the faces of the palace maids in the pill refining room suddenly glowed and they even seemed to have become much younger. Mingyu, what exactly is going on? Bing Shan called Mingyu over and looked towards the busy palace maids in confusion. Replying Unicorn, this servant doesn't know either. When I woke up, this servant was already like this. This servant is guessing that the medicine you refined this time must have taken effect. Although this servant and the others all showed signs of weakening, that might just be a transition. Now, when this servant looks in the mirror, this servant feels like I've become 7 or 8 years younger, reported Mingyu excitedly with bright eyes. Transition. Could it be that the prescription is real? Bing Shan was lost in thought and didn't notice the coldness hidden in Mingyu's eyes at all. If Unicorn is fine, this servant is in a hurry to refine medicine. Oh right, do we need to change the dosage of this batch of medicine? Asked Mingyu casually. For now. Don't change it for now. Although Bing Shan had his doubts, he couldn't deny the truth in front of him. Hearing this, Mingyu accepted the order. The moment he bowed and retreated, the corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile. In the following 2 days, Bing Shan changed his usual habits and often personally refined medicine. Sometimes, he would even taste the medicine with his mouth. One day, after Bing Shan confirmed that the pills he refined were no different from the previous batch, he actually put one of them into his mouth. In that instant, Mingyu was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan was looking at the beautiful phoenix clothes on the table, her heart filled with complicated feelings. The miscellaneous household has received His Imperial Majesty's verbal decree. The Empress conferring decree has already been issued for many days. Yesterday, the Ministry of Rites set the date of the Empress conferring ceremony on the 7th of next month. These are the phoenix robes sent over by the Department of Clothing. Your Highness can try them on first. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, send them back to the Department of Clothing and have them change them according to your Highness's wishes. Cough, 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 cough. Bing Shan respectfully reported. What beautiful clothes. Yao Imo happily walked to the side of the table and held up the phoenix robe with both hands. When her fingers touched the fabric, it was as if several thousand needles were stabbing into her palm. What a familiar double-sided Su embroidery technique. In the entire imperial palace, only the Empress was fit to use this kind of embroidery. What a noble symbol. What a painful memory. Empress of Great Chu, this title that she detested from the bottom of her heart, had now fallen onto her head. Is this the will of the heavens? At the time, she had thought that it was the will of the heavens that she and Yi Junqing had missed each other, and that it was also the will of the heavens that she got together with Yi Hongyi. But what did the will of the heavens give her? This time, she was going to defy the will of the heavens. She was going to personally pave every brick and tile of her path. No one could make a fork in her path. The embroidery pattern on this phoenix robe was personally chosen by His Majesty for your Highness, cough cough. Bing Shan couldn't help but cough. Are you alright? Tingyu, hurry and massage Unicorn's back. In the past, when Wan coughed, Mother would always do this. It's very effective. Yao Imo Wan looked towards Bing Shan worriedly as she gave this order. This old servant is fine. Your Highness is too kind. It's better to let Tingyu help your Highness try on the robe. This old servant will take his leave. And Bing Shan respectfully turned around and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace in a somewhat disorderly manner. The moment Bing Shan left, Yi Junqing suddenly walked in through the palace doors. This prince had thought that the Empress bestowal ceremony would be spared. As he looked at the phoenix robe on the table, Yi Junqing's chest felt like it was completely blocked by a ball of cotton wool. That indescribable stifling feeling made Yi Junqing very irritated. Moen also hopes that it's spared, but what to do? His Majesty can't bear to wrong Moen. Yao Mo Wan threw away the phoenix robe in her hands in a self-mocking manner and ordered Tinyu to bring it into the inner chambers. Since His Majesty dotes on you so much, you don't need to find any other way out. Yi Junqing said sourly as he pulled Fluffy off the chaise lounge and sat down on it himself. His Majesty dotes on Moen is His Majesty's business. What does it have to do with Moen? Prince should have known that Moen doesn't care for any imperial favor. Yao Mo Wan bent over to pick up Fluffy, who could still get shot even while lying down, and patted Fluffy's head comfortingly. Then what do you care for? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Mo Wan with a serious expression. Of course I care for you, replied Yao Mo Wan solemnly. In return, Yi Junqing rolled his eyes meaningfully. Ahem. Earlier, this prince saw that Bing Shan looked like he was drunk. It seems that your plan succeeded. Yi Junqing forcefully suppressed the throbbing in his heart and changed the topic. Moen said that I care for Prince earlier, but why didn't Prince show any reaction at all? You should know that there aren't many things in this world that Moen cares for. Yao Mo Wan knew that Yi Junqing was intentionally changing the topic, so she deliberately brought it back. This prince is talking about serious matters. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Mo Wan walk over, he deliberately took a few steps back. Moen is also talking about serious matters. Yao Mo Wan blinked her bright and clear eyes as she slowly walked to Yi Junqing's side. Yao Mo Wan. When he felt Yao Mo Wan sit down next to him, Yi Junqing felt the fire of impatience burn in his heart. He immediately shouted harshly to hide the anxiety in his heart. I'm here. Is something the matter? The more embarrassed Yi Junqing was, the happier Yao Mo Wan was. Yao Mo Wan suddenly felt that teasing Fluffy wasn't as enjoyable as teasing Yi Junqing. It's nothing, this prince is leaving. When Yi Junqing smelled the unique and elegant fragrance on Yao Mo Wan's body, he jumped up from the chaise lounge. The day Zhu Chen finishes refining the pill will be the day Bing Shan dies, said Yao Mo Wan indifferently as she reached out to stroke Fluffy. Yi Junqing stood silently at the palace doors for a long time before he finally turned around. Thanks for this time. In Yi Junqing's opinion, Yao Mo Wan dealing with Bing Shan was completely helping him. What? Moen didn't hear clearly. May Prince say it again? Yao Mo Wan pretended to frown as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Give me back my flame soul sword. Yi Junqing shouted in embarrassment. Oh, there's no need to thank me. Yao Mo Wan nodded earnestly. Yi Junqing immediately rubbed his forehead as his lips twitched. That night, the autumn wind was slightly chilly, causing the leaves to rustle. The moonlight shone through the leaves, creating a mottled scene. In the room of the departure realm courtyard, two naked bodies were entangled with each other. Neither was willing to be the first to give up. Both of them were desperately venting. The bed creaked, as if it would collapse in the next second. The embroidered tent was swayed like the waves on the sea, each wave higher than the last. The messy Taoist robes on the floor were charming and gentle, filling the room with the light of spring. Taoist priest has such a good cultivation. Yao Sulwan grabbed Zhu Chen's back with both hands, leaving long red marks. This humble Taoist is ashamed, Your Highness's cultivation is definitely above this humble Taoist's. Zhu Chen enjoyed the reward Yao Mo Wan had given him to his heart's content. Only when his body no longer had any strength did he climb down from Yao Sulwan's body in satisfaction. He faced the sky and panted heavily. Because she was Yi Hongyi's woman, Zhu Chen's actions were especially stimulating. Since he didn't have the ability to kill Yi Hongyi, he just wanted to make him wear the hat even higher. Chapter 244. Sulwan is truly overwhelmed by Daoist priest's praise. Yao Sulwan flipped over and lay on Zhu Chen's chest. Her jade fingers brushed across the hairs on Zhu Chen's forehead. Her body was smooth and soft as if it didn't have any bones. At this moment, Zhu Chen really hated the fact that he wasn't at Clear Wind Monastery. Otherwise, he would definitely let those little disciples who ate vegetables all year round have a taste of fresh meat. Everything Zhu Chen says comes from the bottom of my heart. There is not a single lie in my words, Zhu Chen swore as he pointed to the sky. Sulwan believes, and Sulwan also believes, that Daoist priest will definitely help this consort sneak this pill into His Majesty's teacup. As Yao Sulwan spoke, she took out a pill the size of a fingernail from under her pillow and placed it in Zhu Chen's hand. What is this? Zhu Chen looked suspiciously at the pill in his hand. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it a few times. He immediately recognized that it was a lethal poison. There's no need to be so nervous, Daoist priest. It's just a knockout drug that makes people unconscious for 4 to 5 days. Because of White Brow's shadow, in Yao Sulwan's eyes, all Daoists were swindlers who only knew how to swindle people. Thus, from the very beginning, Yao Sulwan had never placed Zhu Chen in her eyes. Knockout drug. Why did Guifei drug His Majesty? When he saw that Yao Sulwan had no one in her eyes, Zhu Chen decided to beat her at her own game. He immediately crawled up and knelt in the corner of the bed, trembling. His body would occasionally tremble a few times to show how scared he was. Look at how scared Daoist priest is. Isn't Sulwan doing this for Daoist priest's own good? Yao Sulwan lazily tossed aside the blankets and got off the bed. Her smooth body was completely revealed to Zhu Chen. For this humble Daoist's own good. Zhu Chen swallowed, then shivered as he crawled to the side of the bed. He looked towards Yao Sulwan suspiciously. Although Ben Gong has only seen Daoist priest a few times, Ben Gong remembers that Daoist priest used to be second prince's person. Now that Daoist priest is no longer obediently staying at Clear Wind Temple and has chosen to risk death to enter the palace, it's obvious what his goal is. Yao Sulwan sat elegantly on a chair and held a jade comb in her hand as she spoke slowly. Then what is this humble Daoist's goal? Zhu Chen probed. Of course I want to stand out. In this world, who doesn't want to live a grand and exciting life? If it was Ben Gong, I also wouldn't be willing to stay in such a desolate place for the rest of my life. Yao Sulwan believed herself to be infallible. Your Imperial Highness is wise. Since Your Imperial Highness understands Zhu Chen's intentions, then you should know that Zhu Chen will have to rely on His Majesty for the rest of his life. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Your Imperial Highness much this time. Zhu Chen picked up the Daoist robe and draped it over his body. He walked over to Yao Sulwan with small steps and placed the pill on the table. A pill the size of a fingernail. Does Yao Sulwan think that His Majesty is blind? This was what Zhu Chen thought. Daoist priest, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let Sulwan finish speaking. There's something Daoist priest might not know. Even if Daoist priest has been given the title of state preceptor, wanting to beat His Majesty's and Bingshan is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, said Yao Sulwan indifferently as she carefully combed her hair into a flying bun. And Bingshan is nothing more than a eunuch. This humble Daoist still has this confidence, said Zhu Chen as he slowly retreated to the side. There's something Daoist priest definitely doesn't know. Before that, Bingshan entered the palace, he was also a Daoist priest. Who knows where he got his hands on a recipe for immortality? These past few years, he's been secretly refining pills for His Majesty. Think about it, with such a good job in his hands, would His Majesty mistreat him? Yao Sulwan abruptly turned around and looked towards Zhu Chen with a serious expression. He knows how to refine pills. Zhu Chen pretended to be surprised. So His Majesty will only abandon him and take you if there's a problem with the pills he refines. Yao Sulwan saw that Zhu Chen was moved and tried even harder to persuade him. But how can there be a problem with the pills he refines? Zhu Chen furrowed his brows in thought. Taoist priest looks intelligent, but why are you so clueless? As long as you give this consort's pills to His Majesty, if something happens to His Majesty's body, he'll naturally blame Bingshan. Taoist priest can't understand such a simple logic. Yao Sulwan was getting a little anxious. So that's how it is. Then this humble Taoist really has to thank noble consort Your Highness, said Zhu Chen in realization. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and bowed deeply towards Yao Sulwan. What are you thanking me for? This consort is only doing this so that you can sit firmly on the throne of state preceptor. At that time, you and this consort will be able to. Yao Sulwan got up and walked over to Zhu Chen. She lifted Zhu Chen's chin with a finger as a seductive light shone in her eyes. When Zhu Chen repeated Yao Sulwan's words to Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh. Which quack doctor made this pill for second older sister? Yao Moen was extremely speechless when she saw that the pill hadn't melted even after being submerged in the water for a long time. Ahem. This humble Taoist feels that the crux of the problem lies in the fact that noble consort Li wants to kill His Majesty, not this pill. Zhu Chen clearly hadn't expected that this would be the response he'd gotten after spending so much effort to explain. What's so strange about that? There's more than one person in the imperial palace who wants to kill His Majesty. Why did you tell this consort? Actually, you could have just sneaked this pill into His Majesty's cup and found an excuse to lead the trail back to Pureflower's palace. Given your intellect, that wouldn't have been difficult. Yao Moen lifted her eyes indifferently and looked towards Zhu Chen meaningfully. Since Zhu Chen promised Your Highness not to touch His Majesty in the slightest, then I wouldn't act on my own. From start to finish, Zhu Chen's target has only been Bingshan. Zhu Chen knew that Yao Moen was testing him, so he immediately expressed his stance. This consort believes you. Have you finished refining the pill this consort had you refine? Yao Moen returned to the main topic. She'd let Bingshan roam free and unfettered for so long, so it was time to send him to the next world. Zhu Chen has already brought it. Please take a look, Your Highness. As Zhu Chen spoke, he took out a dozen or so translucent white pills and carefully placed them on the table. You've done well. This consort wants to ask you, what are your plans after this is done? Yao Moen had taken a liking to Zhu Chen. He had a steady mind and was meticulous in his actions. He was a promising talent. If I survive, I'll return to Clear Wind Monastery, replied Zhu Chen honestly. If this consort has a good place to go, would you be willing? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Zhu Chen. When Zhu Chen heard this, he abruptly looked up and a trace of darkness flashed through his eyes. Zhu Chen understands Your Highness's intentions. As long as Bingshan dies, Zhu Chen will naturally. Do you think this consort would take your life? Asked Yao Moen with a faint smile. Isn't that so? Zhu Chen knew very well what the words good place meant. Forget it, you'll know when the time comes. Withdraw. Dealing with Bingshan will happen in the next 2 days. You should make some preparations, said Yao Moen indifferently. Zhu Chen understands, but what about noble consort Li? Zhu Chen suddenly recalled his original intentions for coming here. Leave her alone for now. It wouldn't be too late to tease her when this consort has the time. Yao Moen's gaze was cold and the smile on her lips caused Zhu Qin to shiver. The next day at breakfast, Yi Junqing held his bowl and chopsticks as he sat hesitantly on a chair. From time to time, he would look towards Yao Moen. If Prince has something to say, just say it. It's easy for others to misunderstand if you act like this. It makes it seem like Moen is so unkind that Prince has to watch her expression when eating. As Yao Moen spoke, she placed a piece of fish in Yi Junqing's bowl. This prince saw Yao Sulwan go to Zhu Chen's room the night before yesterday. Yi Junqing seemed to be implying something. So what? Yao Moen objected. She actually seduced Zhu Chen. Yi Junqing put down his bowl and chopsticks as he rebuked angrily. Prince followed her to take a look. Yao Moen's eyes widened as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Sure. This prince isn't that despicable. However, other than that kind of thing, there's nothing else. This prince won't just sit and watch, said Yi Junqing angrily. Prince, there's no need to make such a big fuss over nothing. It's not the first time Yao Sulwan has done something like this. You weren't this angry even when she was fooling around with Yi Zixiao back then. Yao Moen knew that the fact that Yao Sulwan had caused Ma Xin's death had always been a thorn in Yi Junqing's heart. If Yao Sulwan didn't die, there was no way Yi Junqing would let it go. Chapter 245. I can do it once or twice, but I can't do it a third or fourth time. No matter what, this prince has decided to slaughter that lowly woman tonight. Yi Junqing felt uncomfortable whenever he saw that Yao Sulwan was still alive and unfettered. Prince hates Yao Sulwan, but Moen also hates her. The reason Moen has allowed her to live until now, aside from the testimony in her hands, is because Moen plans to announce eldest sister's death to the world in the future. If Yao Sulwan dies, then there will be no witnesses. Does Prince believe that one day, Moen will have the person who harmed eldest sister kowtow in front of eldest sister's tomb to admit their guilt and then commit suicide? Yao Moen's deep eyes flickered with a cold light. Her words seemed to prick at the blood in Yi Junqing's heart. As expected of Ma Xin's younger sister. This prince didn't misjudge you. Yi Junqing forced his tears back and nodded firmly. So Prince approves of Moen's actions. Yao Moen withdrew the coldness in her eyes and looked towards Yi Junqing in confusion. Of course. You've thought things through more thoroughly than this prince. That's right, Ma Xin died a miserable death. The person who harmed her shouldn't die so easily. Yi Junqing relaxed and temporarily set aside his killing intent towards Yao Sulwan. All right, Prince, hurry and eat. After eating, help Moen do something. From this moment onwards, Yao Moen knew that she could have Yi Junqing do anything he wanted her to. I'm not eating anymore. The matter is more important. What is it? Yi Junqing immediately got up and looked towards Yao Moen passionately. Moen's words are like chicken blood. Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh when she saw Yi Junqing like this. When Yi Junqing heard this, he froze in place. At noon, Yi Hongyi had wanted to go visit Yao Moen in Guan Osprey Palace, but when he reached the Imperial Garden, he suddenly heard the sound of a quarrel. What happened? Yi Hongyi's expression was dark as he asked sternly. This old servant will send someone to take a look right now. And Bing Shan immediately turned around and was about to order the little eunuch behind him to go when Yi Hongyi stopped him. Forget it, I will go personally. Ever since Zhu Chen verified in Bing Shan's pill, Yi Hongyi became even more convinced that he would take the pill on time every day. In the past 2 days, whenever he thought of Yao Moen, his body would immediately react. However, this reaction only lasted for a few minutes before disappearing without a trace. Under these circumstances, he really shouldn't have gone to Guan Osprey Palace. And Bingshan's condition wasn't much better than Yi Hongyi's. Although he didn't have any feelings towards the matters between men and women, ever since he took the medicinal pill, and Bingshan felt his limbs go weak and his head go dizzy. Sometimes, two masters would appear in front of him. In front of the well, Yi Junshao gripped the young eunuch's collar, his clear eyes cold like frost. "You dare to stop this prince?" roared Yi Junqing angrily. As he spoke, he abruptly pushed the young eunuch aside and strode towards the dry well. "Prince, you can't, there's nothing here." "What is Prince trying to do?" The young eunuch panicked and hugged Yi Junqing's leg as he begged with a bitter expression. "What this king wants to do is none of your business. Out of the way." Yi Junqing kicked the young eunuch aside. Just as he was about to walk away, he suddenly heard an icy voice from behind him. "What are you guys doing here?" When Yi Junqing heard this, he turned around. When he saw that it was Yi Hongyi, he immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "This subject younger brother kowtows in salute to your majesty." When the young eunuch saw Yi Hongyi appear, he broke out in a cold sweat. He was already kneeling to the side in disregard of the pain as he trembled uncontrollably. "And, Junqing, what are you doing here?" Yi Hongyi glanced at the young eunuch before turning to look at Yi Junqing. Replying, "Your Majesty, this subject younger brother saw this servant throw something into the well earlier and wanted to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't expect that this servant would stubbornly stop me." This subject younger brother felt that something was off and started arguing with him. "I didn't want to disturb your Majesty, so please forgive me," said Yi Junqing truthfully. "Oh. What did you throw into the well?" Yi Hongyi turned to look towards the young eunuch. The young eunuch had buried his head between his legs and was trembling uncontrollably. When the young eunuch didn't say anything, and Bingshan immediately walked forward. "Damned servant, His Majesty is asking you a question." And Bingshan deliberately moved closer to the young eunuch. Only then did he see that the person kneeling on the ground was none other than his trusted aide, Xiao Dunzi. Replying, "Your Majesty, this servant didn't throw anything." As Xiao Dunzi spoke, he looked towards Bingshan with pleading eyes. Only now did Bingshan realize the severity of the situation. Last night, he had been itching to do something and tortured a palace maid to death. He had originally wanted to hand her over to Xiao Dunzi to deal with, but now that he thought about it, Xiao Dunzi must have felt that it was too far, so he decided to just throw the palace maid into the well. Nonsense. This prince saw it with his own eyes, how could it be fake? Yi Junqing immediately walked forward and kicked Xiao Dunzi in the chest. "Junqing, there's no need to be so angry. Zhen will have someone go down the well and take a look. If there really is something shameful inside, Zhen will just bestow death upon him." Yi Hongyi felt dispirited and even standing was a bit strenuous. "Your Majesty, leave this matter to this old servant. Why don't you go back and rest?" And Bingshan walked over to Yi Hongyi guiltily. "That's fine." Just as Yi Hongyi was about to turn around, he suddenly smelled a familiar scent. He immediately turned around with a sharp gaze. The pill refinement room was sealed, so it was impossible for a scent to escape. Even if it did, it wouldn't have traveled this far. Although Yi Hongyi was dispirited, his mind was still very sharp. This scent was clearly the scent of the pills he took every day. "Your Majesty." And Bingshan didn't understand and looked towards his master in confusion. "Junqing, you don't have to worry about such a small matter. Leave it to these servants to deal with." We suddenly remembered that there are important memorials that haven't been approved yet. Help us take all of the memorials on the dragon table to Guan Osprey Palace. "Our body," said Yi Hongyi in a weak voice. "But..." "Alright, this younger brother will go now." Yi Hongyi glanced at the dried well awkwardly before turning to leave. The moment Yi Junqing left, Yi Hongyi's gaze turned cold and he turned to order the guards to check the well. Your Majesty, should this old servant send you back to Central Dragon Palace? And Bing Shan was used to this scent, so he didn't notice anything. He just wanted to send Yi Hongyi away as soon as possible, but when he saw Yi Hongyi's cold gaze, he couldn't help but fall silent. And Bing Shan realized that His Majesty more or less knew about his situation. Perhaps His Majesty had sent Yi Junqing away to save him some face. Just as Bing Shan was pondering this, he saw the guards pull out a corpse from the well. Reporting to Your Majesty, there are at least 30 more corpses like this in the well. Yi Hongyi's gaze instantly turned cold. Bring them all up. Yi Hongyi roared angrily as he stared at the palace maid's corpse. What? What's going on? The moment Bing Shan saw the woman's corpse, he felt all the blood in his body freeze and he swallowed hard. He walked forward in panic. The palace maid in front of him was clearly the one he had secretly shipped out of the imperial palace to test medicine behind Yi Hongyi's back. How did she end up here? Your Majesty. And Bing Shan looked towards Yi Hongyi in panic. Come. Go get the state preceptor. Yi Hongyi roared angrily, his dark eyes filled with coldness. At this time, the guards had already brought up 30 female corpses from the bottom of the well. And Bing Shan's legs couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the corpses on the ground. The horsetail whisk in his hands also fluttered in the wind. All of the corpses had ashen complexions, sunken eyes, and were as thin as sticks. All of them were signs of being poisoned. Chapter 246. Your Majesty, this matter. And Bing Shan staggered back to Yi Hongyi's side. He really wanted to explain that even though those palace maids had died from concocting pills, there was nothing wrong with the pills. However, the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Hongyi stopped him. We'll talk after Imperial Preceptor arrives. Yi Hongyi didn't even look at Bing Shan. His eyes were fixed on the corpses. After about 5 minutes, Zhu Chen arrived at the imperial garden under the guidance of the guards. This humble Daoist Zhu Chen kowtows in salute to Your Majesty. Zhu Chen respectfully bowed and glanced at Bing Shan out of the corner of his eyes. When their eyes met, Bing Shan instantly understood and glared at Zhu Chen. Imperial Preceptor, please rise. Help us investigate the cause of death of these palace maids. The low voice was extremely cold. Zhu Chen didn't dare tarry and immediately turned to walk towards the palace maids' corpses. Next to Yi Hongyi, Bing Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He was annoyed that he hadn't gotten rid of Zhu Chen earlier. Given the current situation, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Reporting to Your Majesty, this humble Daoist needs to perform an autopsy to find the truth. Zhu Chen walked in front of Yi Hongyi with a serious expression. Speechless, Yi Hongyi personally pulled out the knife and handed it to Zhu Chen. To Bing Shan, time was long and hard to endure. Especially when he saw Zhu Chen remove a pill from a palace maid's stomach, Bing Shan knew that he was done for this time. Right now, all he could do was preserve his old life. As long as he could preserve his life, he would have a way to reverse the situation. Your Majesty, this humble Daoist believes that these palace maids all died from this pill. Zhu Chen wiped a pill clean and presented it to Yi Hongyi with one hand. Daoist priest believes that this pill is different from the one we showed Daoist priest a few days ago. Yi Hongyi's voice was as cold as ice as he clenched his fists behind his back. In this humble Daoist's humble opinion, the ingredients for both pills are the same. The only difference is the dosage. You should know that there can't be the slightest mistake in concocting this type of pill. If the dosage isn't correct, the former is a lifespan extension recipe while the latter is a life-locking poison. Zhu Chen's expression was solemn as he spoke each word firmly. In Imperial Preceptor's opinion, can the person who can refine the life-extending prescription also refine the life-sealing poison? Yi Hongyi's voice grew colder and colder. To the side, and Bingshan's body was trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, a single word from Zhu Qin would be enough to throw him into a bottomless abyss. Unless it's intentional. Zhu Chen's simple and direct reply infuriated Yi Hongyi. Guards! Taken Bingshan to Central Dragon Palace. State Preceptor, please speak further. The rest of you stay. Bring the corpses out of the Imperial Palace and burn them. Roared Yi Hongyi angrily. Then, he stomped toward Central Dragon Palace. Once everyone left, Yi Junqing and Yao Moen walked out of the shadows. We haven't even confirmed that the pills in the alchemy room are poisonous, yet the Emperor is already so angry. Yi Junqing couldn't help but shake his head, but he was very happy inside. The angrier His Majesty was, the more miserable Bingshan's death would be. Anyone who consumes this elixir of immortality cherishes their lives. I'd like to ask, if someone who desires to live so much found out that the things they eat every day are very likely life-sealing poisons, how would they react? Yao Moen smiled faintly. Fortunately, Yi Hongyi hadn't been poisoned too deeply. If he had died just like that, she would have regretted it. That's right, how did you get the pills into the stomachs of those corpses? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen curiously. How hard could it be? I just cut them open, stuffed them in, and sewed them back up, replied Yao Moen concisely. No way, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will find an imperial physician to examine the corpses? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Are you joking? If this kind of thing could be done in public, why would His Majesty need to send you away? You also saw that if this wasn't the Imperial Palace, His Majesty would immediately destroy those corpses. Let's go. Moen invites Prince to taste some tea. Yin Shui will return to Guan Osprey Palace with the good news soon. Yao Moen smiled lightly as she walked. As he watched Yao Moen's graceful figure leave, Yi Junqing sighed inwardly. Right now, Yao Moen's every movement was extremely similar to Ma Xin's. Inside Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi ordered someone to open the secret door and Bingshan was pushed into the pill refining room. This servant kowtows in salute to your majesty. The moment Mingyu and the others saw Yi Hongyi, they all knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation. Ever since they had entered the pill refining room, they had never seen His Majesty step foot in here. In this moment, Mingyu knew that the day she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Your Majesty, please understand. Even if this old servant had 100 times more guts, I wouldn't dare give your Majesty poison pills. This old servant swears that those palace maids definitely didn't die from the pills. It was Zhu Qin. Zhu Qin harbors hatred towards this old servant. He's wanted this old servant dead for a long time now. Your Majesty, this old servant has served you wholeheartedly all these years. Tears streamed down Bingshan's face as he sobbed silently. However, Yi Hongyi remained unmoved. You! Bring over the pills you've refined these past few days. Yi Hongyi casually pointed at Mingyu's head. This servant obeys. Mingyu inwardly rejoiced and immediately turned around to bring the jade box containing the pills to Yi Hongyi. State Preceptor, help us examine these pills. Are there any abnormalities? Yi Hongyi ignored Bingshan's words and looked straight at Zhu Qin. Zhu Qin saluted with one hand, then walked in front of Mingyu. He picked up a pill and sniffed it. Your Majesty, this pill is the same as the one in the palace maid's corpses. After taking it, it will cause a person to become dispirited and listless. Moreover, it will accumulate in the stomach and won't dissolve, replied Zhu Qin solemnly. You're slandering me. Your Majesty. This pill truly has the effect of prolonging life. Although it will cause a person to feel tired at first, after taking it to a certain extent, it will cause the person's face to glow and they will regain their youth. All the palace maids here can attest to this. Mingyu, hurry and report this to His Majesty. Hurry and say it. And Bingshan struggled and roared as he urged Mingyu. Unicorn, what are you saying? Mingyu doesn't understand. Mingyu looked towards Bingshan with a blank expression. She felt indescribably carefree. How could you forget? Back then, you all showed symptoms of being poisoned, but then you suddenly came back to life. It's that matter, tell His Majesty. Reminded Bingshan anxiously. Reporting to Your Majesty, this servant truly doesn't know what Unicorn is talking about. Ever since this servant arrived here, this servant has been refining pills according to the dosage Unicorn set. Nothing like what Unicorn said has happened. Your Majesty is wise. Mingyu panicked at Bingshan's words. She immediately knelt on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Mingyu. You lowly servant. You all hurry and tell His Majesty that what this one said is true. And Bingshan hadn't expected that Mingyu would lie through her teeth. Your Majesty, spare us. This servant has been refining pills here all this time and has never shown symptoms of being poisoned. Behind Mingyu, the 20 or so palace maids all knelt on the ground and reported in fear. Your Majesty, this humble Daoist thought that as long as we found a hamster to test the pills on, we would be able to tell if these pills are real or fake. At the side, Zhu Chen didn't miss this opportunity to speak up. How could there be a hamster in the imperial palace? She'll do it. Veins popped on Yi Hongyi's forehead. His eyes were cold as he pointed at the kneeling Mingyu. Emperor. Mingyu was so shocked that she really wanted to beg for mercy, but when she opened her mouth, she restrained herself. She knew very well that if she died from taking these pills, Bingshan's fate would definitely be worse than she could imagine. Your Majesty, this humble Daoist thought that it would be better to use a hamster or a cat or dog. These pills might not have immediate effects on a human, said Zhu Chen respectfully as he clasped his hands in front of his chest. Since that's the case, come, bring the animals in Pure Flower's palace over, shouted Yi Hongyi coldly. Chapter 247. When he finished speaking, Mingyu reflexively looked towards Zhu Chen with a trace of gratitude in his eyes. Zhu Chen only nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Bingshan, who had long since been paralyzed from fear. When he saw his former enemy get his just retribution, Zhu Chen finally felt relieved. He had struggled at death's door for so many years just for this day. After about the time it took to make a cup of tea, the guards brought in the vicious dog that Yao Sulwan had just gotten from outside the palace. The instant he saw the vicious dog, Zhu Chen inwardly swallowed. If it took one pill to poison someone to death, then this dog in front of him would probably need 3 pills to die. Fortunately, Yi Hongyi was currently in a fit of anger, so he didn't care too much. He immediately ordered Zhu Chen to test the medicine. Zhu Chen didn't hesitate. He casually took the golden box from the palace maid's hands and threw all the pills inside onto the ground. Even if it was poison, it was a poison that contained all the precious medicinal ingredients in the world. The evil dog sniffed and immediately stuck out its tongue to lick all the pills into its stomach. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the evil dog, especially Bingshan. His narrowed eyes were wide open. Even though he knew that this was a trap that Zhu Chen had set up, he still hoped for a miracle. Whoa! Zhu Chen watched as the evil dog struggled on the ground a few times before whimpering pitifully. A hint of amusement flashed through his eyes. The moment he took the golden box, he rubbed the poison he had prepared onto the pill. Impossible! Your Majesty, this is impossible. This old servant has been using these pills all this time, and isn't I still alive and well right now? This animal shouldn't have died. Your Majesty. Don't be tricked by them. The moment the evil dog breathed its last, and Bing Shan screamed. And Bing Shan. Say that again. Yi Hongyi abruptly swung his sleeves, his sinister expression surging with anger. This old servant. This old servant was afraid that something would happen to your Majesty after using them, so I tested the medicine myself. Your Majesty. These pills aren't poisonous, they really aren't poisonous. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can summon an imperial physician to examine this old servant. In his panic, and Bing Shan revealed the secret of him secretly eating the pills. However, in a life and death situation, this matter seemed insignificant. All right. We will give you this chance. If the imperial physician is able to detect the composition of the medicinal pill in your body, then it will prove that you didn't deliberately plot to harm us. Otherwise. Yi Hongyi's eerie eyes suddenly narrowed. The viciousness in them seemed to want to kill An Bing Shan by 1,000 cuts. Everyone in the Central Dragon Palace had their eyes on the imperial physician. Reporting to your Majesty, Unicorn has indeed shown symptoms of being poisoned. Fortunately, the poison isn't too deep. Once this official returns and prepares a prescription, within half a month, the poison in Unicorn's body will definitely be cured. Imperial Physician Li withdrew his hand from An Bing Shan's wrist and stood up to respectfully report to Yi Hongyi. There's no need. You can leave, said Yi Hongyi solemnly. As a veteran of the palace, Imperial Physician Li naturally understood that this matter was far from ordinary and quickly retreated from Central Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, this old servant is guilty. However, this old servant had never thought of harming your Majesty. Otherwise, this old servant would not have taken the pill despite knowing that it was poisonous. At this time, An Bing Shan could only pretend to be weak. If he continued to cling on to Zhu Qin, he would definitely anger his Majesty, even if he had already cursed Zhu Qin over 10,000 times in his heart. How dare a lowly person like you be mentioned in the same breath as us, shouted Yi Hongyi angrily. This old servant knows that he is guilty, but I beg your Majesty to spare this old servant's life for the sake of serving your Majesty wholeheartedly all these years. I beg your Majesty. Begged An Bing Shan loudly as he prostrated himself on the ground. Guards, lock An Bing Shan in the secret room. Without our permission, no one is allowed to take a single step into the secret room. Shouted Yi Hongyi coldly. When the guards heard this, they immediately dragged An Bing Shan out of Central Dragon Palace. Once An Bing Shan was dragged out, Yi Hongyi took a deep breath, then looked towards Zhu Qin with a smile. I've let Daoist priest see a joke. It's all because of that worthless thing, An Bing Shan. He only knew a little, yet he dared to brag to us about refining some longevity pill. Now that he's seen Daoist priest, his true colors have been revealed. Yi Hongyi's tone was modest and his attitude respectful. His eyes shone brightly. Your Majesty is exaggerating, replied Zhu Qin with a flick of his horsetail whisk. This kind of result wasn't what he had expected. In his opinion, An Bing Shan was definitely going to die. Not at all. Daoist priest is someone with true ability. Now, we have a presumptuous request. Would Daoist priest be able to agree to it? Asked Yi Hongyi expectantly as he raised his brows. Your Majesty, please feel free to tell us anything. This humble Daoist's goal in coming out of seclusion is to help your Majesty resolve your problems. Zhu Chen's heart tightened slightly, but he didn't show it. We've thought about it. The pill refining room has been open for a long time, so it would be a pity to just close it like this. Fortunately, Daoist priest is also proficient in this method. If Daoist priest could help us share our worries, that would be for the best. Yi Hongyi looked towards Zhu Qin meaningfully, his tone faintly cold. This humble Taoist is indebted to your Majesty's trust. This humble Taoist will definitely not let your Majesty down, said Ju Qin resolutely as he bowed. At this moment, Ju Qin knew very well that if he refused, the only result would be death. It was a great taboo for the ruler of a country to privately refine pills. Yi Hongyi definitely wouldn't give him a chance to spread the news. All right. Since that's the case, we'll give this pill refining room to Daoist priest. From today onwards, the imperial hospital, palace maids and eunuchs can all be assigned by Daoist priest. Yi Hongyi nodded firmly, then allowed Ju Qin to leave Central Dragon Palace. That night, when Ju Qin appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan and Yi Junqing were in the middle of a bet about the Flame Soul Sword. Remember what you said. If Ju Qin agrees to refine pills for your Majesty, then you have to return the Flame Soul Sword to this prince. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan with shining eyes. In Yi Junqing's opinion, if he still didn't get the Flame Soul Sword back, it was very likely that Yao Moan would sell it for money. In the past few days, every time he entered Guan Osprey Palace, he would see Yao Moan buried in a pile of account books, furiously calculating on her abacus and sighing from time to time about how poor she was. That's not right. What Moan means is that if Ju Qin has the intention to refine pills for your Majesty, then Moan will return the Flame Soul Sword to Prince. If not, then the sword will be Moan's. To tell you the truth, Moan has been really poor lately. Yao Moan looked towards Yi Junqing with a pitiful expression, but Yi Junqing only rolled his eyes in response. Master, Ju Qin has been brought. Right at this time, Yin Shui landed and placed Ju Qin on the ground. Ju Qin, did you agree to refine pills for His Majesty? Before Yao Moan could speak, Yi Junqing spoke first with raised brows. This. Yes. Ju Qin didn't dare to hide it, nor could he hide it. Very good. Yi Junqing nodded in satisfaction, then looked towards Yao Moan. Yao Moan ignored him and walked towards Ju Qin. Ju Qin, this consort wants to ask you, what do you plan to do now? Yao Moan's voice was gentle as she looked towards Ju Qin. Ju Qin had no idea that if his answer wasn't what Yao Moan wanted, then his life would be over. Replying, Your Highness, Ju Qin doesn't want to and will not refine pills for His Majesty. Ju Qin's tone was firm. If you dare lie, the heavens will strike you with lightning. When Yi Junqing heard this, he immediately stood up and pointed at Ju Qin. He felt like his heart had just been sent to the clouds, only to be ruthlessly kicked back down. These are all Ju Qin's true thoughts. Although it wasn't Bing Shan who caused the second prince to have nowhere to go, the instigator was Yi Hongyi. Ju Qin is loyal to his former master, so how could he possibly struggle at death's door under Yi Hongyi's hands? However, if Your Highness and Prince allow Ju Qin to stay in the palace, then Ju Qin will have no choice but to enter the pill refining room. However, Ju Qin will first say that the poison in the pills Ju Qin will refine will definitely not be any less than in Bing Shan's. This consort won't allow you to commit regicide. This consort has already thought of a place to go, so are you willing to listen to this consort's arrangements? Yao Moan sighed inwardly in relief. Reality proved that she hadn't misjudged him. Chapter 248. If I don't personally see in Bing Shan take his last breath, Ju Qin won't go anywhere. This is also what Your Highness promised Ju Qin back then. Ju Qin was neither servile nor overbearing. Don't worry, you're not the only one who wants in Bing Shan dead. Tomorrow night, this consort will arrange for you to go see in Bing Shan. However, before that, this consort hopes that you can think of a way to safely send the palace maids and the pill refining room out of the imperial palace. You should know what will happen to the maids in the pill refining room if they leave one day. Yao Moan looked towards Ju Qin solemnly as she waited for his reply. Your Highness, don't worry. Leave this to Ju Qin. Ju Qin nodded firmly. Once Ju Qin left, Yao Moen walked over to Yi Junqing with a faint smile. Prince, are you convinced of your loss now? Yi Junqing stood up angrily when he saw Yao Moen's vulgar smile. How much? Yi Junqing's eyes were like water as they sparkled brightly. 1,000,000 taels of gold. Yao Moen's smile grew even brighter. How much? Yi Junqing's eyes widened as he looked towards Yao Moen. 1,000,000 taels of gold, repeated Yao Moen calmly. If your Highness the Empress can find the person who's willing to spend 1,000,000 taels of gold to buy the Flame Soul Sword, then please let this prince take a look. This prince has never seen a true idiot in this life. Yi Junqing cursed darkly, then walked around Yao Moen and left Guan Osprey Palace. 1,000,000 taels. Why didn't she just rob someone? However, Yi Junqing never expected that in just one night, he would meet the legendary idiot. The next morning, Yi Junqing heard Yan Nanqing's voice before he even walked in. Why are you here? Yi Junqing looked towards Yan Nanqing in confusion as he slowly walked into the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. If it weren't for you, why would I be here? It's a Flame Soul Sword. How did you lose to her? At the time, no matter how Yan Nanqing had been tricked, he still felt that Yao Moen was as beautiful as a fairy. However, when he saw Yao Moen's expression as she carefully examined the banknotes, he only felt that this woman's face was disgusting. You couldn't have really spent 1,000,000 taels of gold to buy the Flame Soul Sword, right? Yi Junqing looked towards Yan Nanqing in shock. So this was what an idiot looked like. What else? She wanted to melt the sword down. Yao Moen is truly sinister. Yan Nanqing sighed in grief and indignation. Yao Moen, how malicious. Added Yi Junqing mournfully. This kind of thing is consensual. Why? Unwilling. Then take the banknotes back. Moen doesn't like to force things. Yao Moen sat down lazily on the chair and handed the banknotes to Yan Nanqing. As he looked at the banknotes in front of him, Yan Nanqing suddenly heard the sound of his heart breaking. Did he kill Yao Moen's entire family in his previous life? Really? Is that so? Take the money and hand over the sword. Yi Junqing took a deep breath and glared at Yao Moen. Tingyu, bring the sword over to Prince. Yao Moen took back the banknotes and her lips curved into a beautiful smile. Just as Yi Junqing was about to reach for the sword, Yan Nanqing practically moved in front of Tingyu and abruptly picked up the sword and hung it on his waist. That's this prince's sword. Yi Junqing turned to look towards Yan Nanqing. But that's my silver. It's 1,000,000 taels of gold. How many Flame Soul Swords can I forge with that? Yan Nanqing's grip on the sword tightened even more as grief and indignation appeared in his eyes. Don't take it too hard. After all, this is the only sword your master forged personally. Yao Moen pretended to be kind as she comforted him. Otherwise, do you think this noble one is an idiot? Junior brother, senior brother will help you keep this sword for now. If it ends up in your hands, senior brother really won't have much silver left. Please be more careful. Ai. Yan Nanqing shook his head mournfully, then turned to leave. What did he mean by that? Did this prince do it willingly? Yi Junqing said angrily when he saw Yan Nanqing leave in disappointment. Yin Shui, hand over the banknotes. Yao Moen ignored Yi Junqing and called for Yin Shui. She handed the banknotes to her. Yin Shui accepted the order and disappeared from Guan Osprey Palace after taking the banknotes. What do you need so much silver for? Asked Yi Junqing when he saw that Yao Moen seemed to sigh in relief. Is it a lot? Yao Moen countered with a question. Yi Junqing almost fainted. That night, when Yin Shui brought Ju Chen into the secret room, they saw a woman standing in front of An Bingshan. You guys better hurry up. Don't let the people outside wait too long and cause problems. Yin Shui instructed before turning to leave. Ju Chen didn't hesitate and immediately walked over. Only then did he recognize the woman in front of him. It was Mingyu from the pill refinement room. Mingyu. You're just a lowly maid who's eating from my side. Why did you lie? Why did you betray Zajie? On the rack, and Bingshan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared angrily. The metal chains on the rack clanked as he struggled. For Hongmei. Mingyu's expression was cold and her dark eyes were like the most malevolent devil in hell. Hongmei. And Bingshan frowned as he repeated the name. How could Mingyu forget? How could a great noble like Eunuch remember Hongmei? But Mingyu can't forget. She can't forget how Eunuch bullied and humiliated Hongmei, how he used a small knife to scrape off her flesh. And how he threw the dying Hongmei to those damned eunuchs for them to humiliate. Tears rolled down her face. Mingyu's choked voice was accompanied by An Bingshan's howls, causing Ju Chen to feel hurt. Ah! Stop! Hurry and stop! Hongmei died in your hands. If you want to get revenge for her, then you should kill yourself. And Bingshan howled in pain. The flesh on his leg was trembling. Yes. Hongmei died in Mingyu's hands. But if it wasn't for you, how could Mingyu have personally killed her best sister? You deserve to die. Mingyu fiercely gripped the dagger in An Bingshan's leg and twisted it. An Bingshan's howls grew louder and louder like a pig being slaughtered. Stop. Zajie is dying of pain. Ah. Cold sweat broke out on An Bingshan's forehead as he struggled with all his might against the chains. Eunuch couldn't endure it with just one cut. If Mingyu remembered correctly, Hongmei suffered 50 cuts from Eunuch. 50 cuts. What kind of pain was that? So how could one cut be enough? As Mingyu spoke, she suddenly pulled out the dagger and stabbed it towards An Bingshan's other leg. Save me. Save me. An Bingshan howled hysterically, the flesh on his face twitching in pain. Save me. Every single palace maid in the palace wants nothing more than to eat your flesh and sleep with your skin. Who will save you? An Bingshan. You've committed all sorts of evil, and countless palace maids have been defiled by you. Now, Mingyu will get justice for them. Once you're in hell, you definitely won't be lonely. They'll take good care of you. Mingyu howled with all her might. The dagger in her hand rained down on An Bingshan's body, but none of the cuts were fatal. Only when Mingyu grew tired of stabbing him did she stop. Save me. At this moment, An Bingshan's body had already become a sieve. Blood flowed freely, and he was on the verge of death. Hongmei. Do you see this? Mingyu has avenged you. I've avenged you. Hongmei. I'm sorry. I made you lonely for so long. I'll come and accompany you right now. Mingyu's tears fell like rain as she slowly raised her hand. Just as Mingyu was about to commit suicide, Ju Chen suddenly stepped forward and snatched the dagger. If I were Hongmei, I definitely wouldn't want you to sacrifice yourself for nothing. If you really die like this, and you die in front of An Bingshan, even if Hongmei sees you, she'll definitely scold you. Live well, that's what Hongmei wants. As Ju Chen spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and broke An Bingshan's left arm. As long as second older sister is careful enough, it's impossible for Moen to find out everything. Look at this pill, it's been soaked in water for so long and it still hasn't melted. Does second older sister think that His Majesty is blind? Yao Imo one couldn't help but shake her head as she mocked. Yao Mo-wan, what exactly are you trying to say? Yao Sul-wan looked towards Yao Mo-wan in shock. Moan just wants to remind second older sister that if His Majesty really dies, second older sister's fate definitely won't be any better than it is now. Yao Mo-wan restrained the ridicule in her eyes and her expression turned cold. Why should this consort believe you? Yao Sul-wan snorted coldly as she looked towards Yao Mo-wan, a trace of suspicion flashing through her eyes. Second older sister, don't forget that if Yi Hongyi suddenly dies, Yi Junqing will be the only one who can inherit the throne. You know how Yi Junqing treats eldest sister the best. Now that he already knows that you're the one who caused eldest sister's death, how good do you think your fate will be if someone like that becomes the emperor? Yao Mo-wan looked towards Yao Sul-wan sympathetically. Why are you reminding this consort of all this? Yao Sul-wan suddenly understood. She had only been thinking that once Yi Hongyi died, she would be free. She had forgotten that if Yi Junqing succeeded the throne, her fate would probably be several times worse than it was now. That's not all. In reality, second older sister shouldn't be thinking about how to take Yi Hongyi's life, but how to find a way out for yourself. Moan heard that Mong Yuan is an ungoverned area between Shu and Yu. If second older sister can escape this imperial palace and is lucky enough to reach Mong Yuan, then you'll be able to keep your life. As Yao Mo-wan spoke, she casually picked up a teacup and poured the water inside onto the ground. Black smoke rose into the air. Mong Yuan. What scheme do you have now? Yao Sul-wan frowned as she looked towards Yao Mo-wan coldly. She wasn't stupid enough to think that Yao Mo-wan was saying all of this for her own good. Chapter 250. Just take it as Moan's momentary kindness for the sake of brotherly affection. Yao Moan smiled leisurely and got up. Brotherly affection. You could even kill your own father, how could you still care about brotherly affection? Yao Sul-wan didn't think much of it. Yao Moan was speechless. Yao Moan only smiled faintly at Yao Sul-wan before walking away gracefully. The moment Yao Moan left Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sul-wan fell back onto her chair. Her clenched fists trembled uncontrollably as she looked at the blackened tea stain on the ground. Yao Sul-wan's heart gradually wavered. In the imperial garden, Yi Junqing pretended to run into Yao Moan. Prince dropped this. Before Yi Junqing could react, Yao Moan had already handed him the Bodhi jade. Why is this in your hands? Yi Junqing quickly took the Bodhi jade and looked towards Yao Moan suspiciously. With Yan Nanqing's 1,000,000 taels of gold, Moan wouldn't be so poor that she would steal. Prince accidentally dropped it when you were eavesdropping in Pure Flower's palace. Yao Moan mercilessly exposed Yi Junqing's sneaky actions. Cough cough. Who eavesdropped? Who did this prince eavesdrop on? Yi Junqing's face flushed red as he stubbornly refuted. If Prince didn't eavesdrop, then Moan doesn't need to explain, right? Yao Moan looked towards Yi Junqing with a mischievous smile. Her clear eyes sparkled under the sunlight. Alright, this prince really wants to know, why did you bring Yao Sul-wan to Mong Yuan? Although she's your second older sister, she caused Ma Xin's death. Are you just going to watch as she goes to Mong Yuan to live a carefree life? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan angrily as he questioned her in a low voice. Carefree. Prince, don't forget that Ben Lei and the others are in Mong Yuan. Yao Moan's cherry lips curved slightly, the smile in her eyes causing Yi Junqing to shiver. But this prince still doesn't understand. Why did you have Yao Sul-wan go to Mong Yuan? Her days here aren't easy either. Yi Junqing was more or less worried. Prince will understand in the future. Also, Moan promises Prince that Yao Sul-wan's days in Mong Yuan definitely won't be any better than here, said Yao Moan leisurely, her voice filled with determination. But just as Yi Junqing was about to question her further, Tingyu suddenly ran over. Nyang nyang, something's happened. Tingyu anxiously walked over to Yao Moen and glanced towards Yi Junqing. What is it? Yao Moen lifted her brows towards Tingyu. When this servant sent that palace maid to the imperial hospital, I heard a piece of news. It said that the emperor had already agreed to the peace marriage with the Xia kingdom. Tingyu reported truthfully. Peace marriage, isn't that big of a deal? Yao Mo didn't think much of it. Peace marriages between countries had existed since ancient times and were commonplace. But the marriage this time is different. This servant heard them say that Your Majesty has already agreed to Bactria's emperor. Not only will the esteemed prince be allowed to marry Bactria's honored princess, but he's also allowed the esteemed prince to marry into Bactria. The honored princess of Great Xia was about to arrive at Great Chu. What should we do? Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Yao Moen was speechless. When she heard this, a cold light flashed through her eyes. Preposterous. How could His Majesty do this? This prince will go find His Majesty right now to argue. Yi Junqing was enraged and his eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen stopped him. What does Prince think you can change by going now? Yao Moen restrained the coldness in her eyes and looked towards Yi Junqing. This prince can have His Majesty annul this marriage. As long as this prince doesn't agree, no one will dare to force this prince to marry another woman, said Yi Junqing angrily. Yao Moen shrugged speechlessly and didn't stop him. When Tingyu saw Yi Junqing's ruthless figure leave, she carefully moved closer to Yao Moen. Your Highness, the honored princess of Great Xia has already crossed the border and will arrive at Chu Palace in a few days. Even if Prince argues strongly, His Majesty might not annul this peace marriage. What should we do? Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen with worry in her heart. Yao Moen smiled sweetly. When Yi Junqing's figure disappeared from her line of sight, she leisurely walked back to Guan Osprey Palace. When Tingyu saw that her master wasn't saying anything, it wasn't good to keep asking, so she followed behind her with a worried expression. About 2 hours later, just as Yao Moen was lazily leaning against the chaise lounge with Fluffy in her arms, she suddenly felt a gust of wind rush in from the door. That azure dress rushed in with a bang. Fluffy was so frightened that she scrambled out of Yao Moen's embrace. His Majesty has gone too far. He's actually not willing to see this prince. Does he think he can hide for the rest of his life? Yi Junqing angrily sat on the chair and roared in a low voice. He doesn't need to hide for the rest of his life. He only needs to hide until Prince returns to Great Xia with the honored princess. Yao Moen rubbed Fluffy's fluffy head comfortingly. This prince is in trouble right now. Other than making sarcastic remarks, can't you say something that makes people feel better? Can't you? Yi Junqing glared at Yao Moen. I heard that the honored princess is devastatingly beautiful as a flower. Yao Moen nodded fiercely. You. No matter what, this prince will not marry that honored princess, said Yi Junqing resolutely. The princess is already about to reach the imperial city. Does Prince think that just saying you won't marry is enough? Yao Moen lightly patted Fluffy, then got up and walked around Yi Junqing gracefully to sit down. She picked up the purple sand pot and poured a cup of tea, then pushed it over. Then what should this prince do? Yi Junqing had a worried expression as he looked towards Yao Moen. No matter what, the honored princess is still a princess of a country. She's more than enough to be a good match for Prince. Prince's current expression of great bitterness and deep hatred is a bit unreasonable, said Yao Moen disapprovingly. This prince isn't being unreasonable, this prince is truly unreasonable. Even if the honored princess was a fairy that had descended into the mortal world, this prince wouldn't even spare her a glance. Other people might not know, but you should understand that in this prince's heart. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with a serious expression. Does prince only have elder sister in your heart? If the honored princess found out that she couldn't even compare to a dead person, who knows what kind of world would flip? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing playfully, a trace of warmth in her heart. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing was enraged. His eyebrows were already on fire, yet Yao Moen was still in the mood to joke around. Ahem. Returning to the main topic, does Prince know why His Majesty betrothed Great Xiao's honored princess to you as a princess consort? And why he even agreed to let you marry into Great Xiao? Yao Moen restrained the playfulness in her eyes and looked towards Yi Junqing solemnly. I don't know. It was very clear that Yi Junqing wasn't in a good state to think right now. One word, poor. Yao Moen criticized the current situation. What do you mean? Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Prince already knew of His Majesty's taboo towards Prince, but because of Prince's prestige in Great Chu, Prince never dared to act. Thus, His Majesty settled for the next best thing and sent Prince out of Great Chu, to the country that everyone knows is the poorest in the entire continent. His intentions are clear. Firstly, Prince not being in Great Chu would solve His Majesty's immediate problem. Secondly, even if Prince is a dragon among men, in Great Xia, you can only be considered a dragon swimming on shallow waters. You won't be able to cause any big waves, so there's no need for you to worry about in the long run. Yao Moen's expression was solemn and her voice was as cold as ice. Her eyes were as bright as stars. Does His Majesty really mean this? A trace of sorrow appeared in Yi Junqing's eyes. Ever since Mo Xian passed away, he had already become so lowly in front of Yi Hongyi that he had no bottom line. Even so, he still couldn't bring Yi Hongyi a little peace of mind. What else? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she filled Yi Junqing's cup with tea. Chapter 251. No matter what, this prince definitely won't take Shuorong as my wife, even if I die, said Yi Junqing indifferently, a layer of frost covering his eyes. However, the moment Yi Junqing closed his mouth, he heard Yao Moen suddenly put down the teapot and look at him angrily. Prince makes it sound so easy. There's an old saying that death can be heavier than Mount Tai, but also lighter than a goose feather. If Prince loses your life because of refusing the marriage, forget about Moen, even eldest sister in the underworld will look down on Prince. Yao Moen was angry that he could say death so easily. But, there's no buts. Back then, Prince thought that eldest sister had willingly left that testimony to restrict Prince, so Prince was willing to give up your military power in exchange for eldest sister to die in peace. But now, Prince is very clear that Yao Sulwan had forced eldest sister to sign that testimony. It wasn't eldest sister's original intention at all. In this way, Prince doesn't need to be afraid. Right now, His Majesty was unjust towards Prince, so don't blame Prince for being heartless in the future. As of now, Yao Moen had already paved a bright path for Yi Junqing. As soon as Yi Junqing decided to rebel, she would do everything she could to help Yi Junqing take back everything that should have belonged to him. Mo Xin is in love with Yi Hongyi, which is why she helped Yi Hongyi build up the current state of Great Chu. So regardless of whether there's that testimony or not, this prince won't easily take away Yi Hongyi's throne. You don't need to say anything about this in the future. Yi Junqing's expression was sorrowful and his eyes were dim. Yao Moen suddenly stood up and took a step forward to raise the teacup in front of Yi Junqing. With a slight flick of her wrist, the tea splashed all over the floor. What are you doing? Yao Moen's actions spoiled the mood for Yi Junqing. Did you pour this tea? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing angrily. That's not it, but... Yi Junqing was slightly startled. He still felt that Yao Moen's actions were a bit excessive. If Prince has the time to, but why don't you go back and prepare? You're about to become Bactria's live-in son-in-law. This kind of good thing can only be chanced upon and not sought after. However, Prince should still bring more silver with you. That place is so poor that there's only one word left to describe it. Yao Mo casually placed the teacup on the table and turned to walk into the inner chambers. What word? Asked Yi Junqing. Poor. Yao Moen said through clenched teeth. Then she slammed the door shut. All that was left was Yi Junqing, whose face was filled with black lines. He tossed and turned restlessly for several days. Even when the honored princess of Bactria moved into Harmony Palace, Yi Junqing still couldn't think of a way to get rid of this marriage. Yi Hongyi's refusal to meet him in particular made Yi Junqing feel completely at a loss. He had no choice but to lower himself to beg Yao Moen. Cough cough. Now that the honored princess has moved in, what do you think this king should do? Although begging for help didn't feel good, the feeling of being married to such a remote and desolate place wasn't necessarily any better. Especially since Yi Junqing had never planned on taking a wife. In this world, he wouldn't be moved by any other woman. This was what Yi Junqing was thinking. Does this matter have anything to do with Moen? Yao Moen had been neither gloomy nor clear these past few days, and her tone was neither sullen nor angry. At this time, Yao Moen was looking at the steamed fish on the table as she tapped her bowl with her chopsticks. Of course it's related. If this king isn't here, who's going to get food for you? As Yi Junqing spoke, he picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Yao Moen's bowl. His expression was one of eagerness, sincerity, and anticipation. Although it feels good to have someone get food for you, Moen really doesn't know what to do about this matter. Prince should just do as you see fit. Yao Moen truly hadn't thought of a better way to get rid of the honored princess, but just because she hadn't thought of anything didn't mean that she would let anyone take Yi Junqing away. Give the fish back to this prince. When Yi Junqing heard this, his expression abruptly changed. He immediately tried to pick up the fish, but he was already a step too late. Prince, there's no need to. Achoo! Before Yao Moen could finish speaking, she smelled a thick fragrance of cosmetics. Yao Moen's nose twitched and she immediately sneezed. Your Highness, please forgive me. This servant wanted to report this to Your Highness, but the honored princess insisted on barging in. Tingyu ran to Yao Moen's side first and begged for forgiveness in a low voice. It's fine. Yao Moen hid the shrewdness in her eyes and put on a naive expression. At the side, Yi Junqing's heart went cold. He turned to look and saw a woman enter gracefully. Accompanied by the thick fragrance of cosmetics, Yao Moen could clearly see a woman shining with golden light standing at the entrance of Guan Osprey Palace. The woman in front of her was dressed in a luxurious dress that was as thin as a cicada's wings. She had a scarlet gold scale shawl over her shoulders and a jade belt tied around her waist. The bloodstone in the middle was a dazzling red. She wore a long skirt that trailed behind her. Every fold of the skirt was inlaid with 100 plump and round pearls. In total, there were at least 1,000 pearls in the entire skirt. At this time, the woman walked in with her head lowered. Out of the sunlight, Yao Moen finally saw the woman's appearance clearly. People said that light and heavy makeup were always suitable, but the woman in front of her was clearly wearing too much makeup. Her brows were as black as ink and her lips were as red as blood. That face in particular, even though she was so close, Yao Moen still felt like she was looking at a monkey's butt. And this person was Bactria's king's most beloved princess, Xia Furong. You said that Bactria is very poor. Yi Junqing glanced at Yao Moen, unable to conceal the doubt in his voice. She couldn't have worn all the toys in Bactria's treasury on herself, right? Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head as she said this resentfully. Furong has just entered Great Chu and has yet to pay her respects to the esteemed prince. Prince, please forgive me for suddenly appearing in front of Prince. The delicate voice was gentle and sweet, but when Yi Junqing heard it, he felt a boundless chill. Ahem. So it's the Princess of Bactria. Junqing has been impolite. Even if he didn't want to face her, she was already standing right in front of him. Yi Junqing couldn't just pretend that he didn't see her. Prince isn't being impolite. It's Furong who has come uninvited. Prince wouldn't mind, right? Xiao Furong dragged the luxurious dress that weighed more than 10 caddies and bowed once more. How could Junqing mind? Achoo! Princess is worrying too much. Yi Junqing rubbed his nose and helplessly returned the greeting. Based on Xiao Furong's status, Yi Junqing really did need to treat her with courtesy. Furong isn't worrying too much. It's just that it's really inappropriate for me to suddenly appear here. No matter what, Furong should have given Prince a heads up first. Xiao Furong bowed endlessly. Her fragrant scent wafted towards Yao Moen, causing Yao Moen to sneeze non-stop. It wasn't easy for her to find an opening to speak. Achoo! Please stay away from me, it's so choking. Yao Moen covered her nose as she looked towards Xiao Furong in disgust. How dare you? Who do you think you are to dare speak to the honored princess like that? Before Xiao Furong could reply, the fiendish servant behind her pointed at Yao Moen's nose and started cursing. Forgive Junqing for speaking bluntly, but the princess's attendant actually dares to insult our Great Chu's empress like this. She truly has no upbringing. Yi Junqing's voice was cold and emotionless, but anger had already appeared on his handsome face. Paw. The moment Yi Junqing's words fell silent, Xiao Furong suddenly turned around and slapped the attendant. The attendant who had been bossing around earlier instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. Even though blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth, he didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe it away. Yao Moen took in all of this and sneered inwardly. She had originally thought that the children of poor countries matured early, but she hadn't expected that they would also be corrupted masters. However, this was also fine. Fortunately, they were just paper tigers. At the very least, they were easier to deal with than sheep in wolf's skin. You're so fierce. Yao Moen looked towards Xiao Furong timidly as her eyes sparkled. When Xiao Furong heard this, she immediately retracted her malevolent expression and turned around bashfully to look towards Yi Junqing. Chapter 252. Prince is right. Your Highness the Empress has a body of 1,000 gold, so how could this servant criticize you like this? It's all because of this lowly servant. Hibiscus normally doesn't hit people. Xiao Furong's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly clarified. At the side, Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. Her movements were so nimble, yet she dared to say that she normally didn't hit people. It's fine as long as Princess knows that Your Highness the Empress has a body of 1,000 gold. Junqing still has important matters to attend to, so he won't be accompanying you. As Yi Junqing spoke, he turned towards Yao Moen and cupped his fists. After bowing solemnly, he walked backwards out of Guan Osprey Palace. Prince, where are you going? Hibiscus will accompany you. When Xiao Furong saw that Yi Junqing had left, she immediately turned to chase after him. Her dress shone with a golden light when exposed to the sunlight, causing people's eyes to hurt. When the maids behind her saw this, they also jogged to catch up. Only after Xiao Furong left did Yao Moen sigh of relief. Your Highness, do you think that Xiao Furong is blind? Didn't she see that you were sitting here? Muttered Ting Yu angrily. How should I say this? This consort feels that Xiao Furong is blind, and the two palace maids behind her are also blind. Basically, everyone in Bactria is blind. Yao Moen was also angry. She had never been ignored like this before. Perhaps it was because Yi Hongyi was afraid of meeting Yi Junqing after agreeing to the peace marriage, so even though Xia Furong had already moved into Harmony Palace, Yi Hongyi still didn't appear. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Occasionally, clouds would pass by, covering up the bright moonlight. The entire world was hazy. Inside Harmony Palace, Xia Furong sat angrily on a chair. Her skirt accidentally scraped against a corner of the dressing table, causing a pearl to roll out. "Hurry and pick it up," shouted Xia Furong anxiously. The maid naturally didn't dare to tarry and hurriedly chased after the pearl. However, her feet unexpectedly slipped and she abruptly stepped on the pearl. The maid's heart instantly turned cold and she timidly lifted her foot. However, the pearl had already turned to powder and turned to dust when the wind blew past. Slap! The maid had just raised her face when she was slapped. "Princess, please spare my life." "I didn't mean to, please spare my life." The maid immediately knelt on the ground. Her body trembled, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was a stark contrast to the blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "Spare me. Do you know how precious this pearl is? You can't even afford it with your cheap lives. See if this empress doesn't beat you to death." Xia Furong's expression twisted as she picked up the chair next to her and was about to throw it at the maid. "Princess, please spare Zi. Right now, you only have 2 personal maids. If one of them dies for no reason, it will definitely arouse the esteemed prince's suspicion. Princess, for the sake of the esteemed prince, please spare Zi for now." At the side, the maid called up I knelt on the ground and begged mournfully. Almost at the same time, the chair in Xia Furong's hands was thrown out with a bang and smashed into Bai's head. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Even though the pain was unbearable, Bai still knelt there and covered her wound with both hands. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "You still dare to mention the esteemed prince in front of this empress? This empress was telling you not to lose face in front of that fool, but I didn't tell you to be so tactless in front of the esteemed prince. You sure have a good time scolding him. Just look at this entire day. Yi Junqing hasn't even said a single proper sentence to this empress. It's all your fault." Xia Furong's eyes were bloodshot and looked as if they were about to split open. Her expression was like that of a demon from hell, causing people to keep quiet out of fear. "Princess, spare me." Bai didn't dare to argue and could only bury her head between her knees as she begged bitterly. At the side, Zi crawled over to Bai's side and knelt in the same humble manner in front of Xia Furong. "This servant knows that this servant has sinned and knows that even if I die 1,000 times, I still wouldn't be able to repay this pearl. This servant only hopes that princess can calm down. This servant's death isn't to be regretted, but I'm afraid that if this servant dies, there won't be anyone to serve master." Zi was well aware that in her master's eyes, their lives were as cheap as ants. If they wanted to live, they could only beg bitterly. There was no other way. "You also know that your life is cheap. Don't you know that these pearls and golden scales were all borrowed from the country of Qi? In order to borrow these things, Imperial Father had expended a lot of effort. Now that one of them has been trampled on, how do you want this empress to explain this to Imperial Father?" Xia Furong walked back to the dressing table angrily, her eyes filled with viciousness. These servants know their wrongs. At this time, Zi and Bai could only kowtow and admit their wrongs. "All of you, scram." Xia Furong waved her hands in disgust to send the 2 servants away. Then she rubbed her temples, her expression filled with anxiety. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan had untied her hair, so her fine black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Under the illumination of the candlelight, it looked like a splendid rainbow. It was borrowed. Yao Moan turned to look towards Yin Shui as she spoke in realization. This subordinate heard everything clearly. All of the ornaments on Xiao Furong's body and head were borrowed by King Xiao from King Qi. When this subordinate returned, Xiao Furong was in a terrible rage over a pearl. Yin Shui reported everything she had seen. Feng Yihan really dared to borrow. He's not afraid of not being able to return what he borrowed. Yao Moan's eyes were like deep pools as she turned to look at the copper mirror and subconsciously fiddled with the pear blossom comb in her hands. She had probably guessed Feng Yihan's intentions, but unfortunately, Yi Junqing was someone she couldn't let go of, so Feng Yihan's wishful thinking had been wasted. Right at this time, there was a sound at the door. Yao Moan originally thought it was Ting Yu and was about to speak when she heard a familiar voice. "Are you asleep?" asked the clear and melodious voice. Yao Moan was slightly shaken when she heard this, then she glanced at Yin Shui. Once Yin Shui left, Yao Moan put down the pear blossom comb and walked to the door. She gently opened it. "Prince came so late at night. Could it be that you have some thoughts about Moan?" Yao Mo Wan wore a crescent white inner garment and a few strands of long hair fell on her chest. Especially that face, after removing her makeup, her appearance was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, untainted by a speck of dust. Her skin was soft like water, making people want to go up and pinch it. Perhaps it was because he had been facing Xiao Furong for the entire day, but Yi Junqing suddenly felt that the Yao Moan in front of him was so beautiful that it couldn't be found anywhere else in the world. "Does Prince not saying anything mean that you're tacitly agreeing?" "Actually, it's not impossible for Prince to have Moan accompany you to sleep. Moan has never planned on being faithful to His Majesty, but in terms of the price." Yao Moan ignored the change in Yi Junqing's expression and stretched out a finger to lift Yi Junqing's perfect chin. "Achoo, don't joke around, this prince has something to ask of you." Yi Junqing sneezed so hard that he wanted to spray Yao Moan out the window. Yao Moan was speechless. She pulled back her finger and fiercely wiped at her beautiful face. Her heart was filled with endless resentment. "What does Prince need? Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Moan wants to sleep." Yao Moan walked over to Yi Junqing's side with small steps and lifted her brows. "We can't wait until tomorrow morning. That Xiao Furong said that she wants to eat with this prince tomorrow morning. What should we do?" Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan with a mournful expression. "Prince should first look in the mirror and see just how twisted your face has become." At this moment, Yi Junqing's face was clearly written with the word bad luck. "Yao Moan, save me." How could Yi Junqing be in the mood to look in the mirror? He immediately picked up a teacup and took large gulps of water. Oh. It seems that Xiao Furong doesn't seem to have Prince's heart. When Yao Moan saw Yi Junqing like this, she sat down with interest and looked towards Yi Junqing meaningfully. "You don't know how this prince has been spending his days. That honored princess has been following this prince ever since she left Guan Osprey Palace. From the imperial garden to the imperial kitchen, then to the imperial hospital, and even when this prince went to pay his respects, cough cough. In any case, no matter what this prince does, she has to follow. It's impossible to shake her off. Yao Moan, this prince really can't take it anymore. As long as you can help this prince get rid of her, this prince will give you 100 taels of gold," said Yi Junqing resolutely. Chapter 253. That's easy. Yin Shui, kill her. Yao Moan was rather efficient and immediately gave the order. "Wait. This prince isn't asking you to kill her, this prince wants you to help this prince get rid of her. If this prince could kill her, would this prince still need to beg you?" Achoo! Even now, Yi Junqing's nose was still filled with that thick fragrance. Actually, Prince shouldn't be too harsh. In Moan's opinion, that honored princess is also quite pitiful. Yao Moan pinched her throat as she looked towards Yi Junqing with a sorrowful expression. Did you take the wrong medicine? She's pitiful. This was the first time Yi Junqing had hated a woman to this extent. Prince might not know this, but the pearls and golden scales on Xia Furong's body were actually all borrowed by Emperor Xia from Fengyihan. From this, it can be seen that in order to meet Prince, the honored princess had put in a lot of effort, but Prince. Yao Moan looked towards Yi Junqing with hidden bitterness as if she was Xia Furong herself. Stop. Tell me, how much? If Yi Junqing believed that Yao Moan was pitying Xia Furong, then he would have lived with Yao Moan for nothing. 5,000 taels of gold, non-negotiable. Yao Moan put away her weeping expression and her eyes lit up like stars. Yao Moan, it's truly a great loss for the bandit world that you're no longer a bandit. 5,000 taels of gold. Why don't you sell this prince and see if it's worth that price? Do you think this prince is Yan Nanqing? Yi Junqing suddenly regretted knocking on this door and immediately got up to leave. Prince, have a good trip. Forgive me for not seeing you off, said Yao Moan as she leisurely leaned against the chair. Seeing that Yao Moan had no intention of stopping him, Yi Junqing returned to his seat. How about 500 taels of gold? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan solemnly. When he saw that Yao Moan wasn't responding, he hardened his heart. 1,000 taels of gold. How about it? This was the limit of what Yi Junqing could offer. 5,000 taels. Yao Moan lifted her delicate face and smiled at Yi Junqing. Her innocent and pure face was beautiful and flawless, but in Yi Junqing's eyes, it was incomparably sinister. Yao Moan only sighed in relief when she heard Yi Junqing slam the door. She walked onto the bed and fell asleep. Since Xia lacked money as usual, this matter was much easier to deal with. The next day, Yao Moan had just finished washing up and hadn't even left the bedroom when she heard Xia Furong's voice coming from the main hall. At this moment, Lu Xing hastily pushed open the door and entered. Nyang Nyang, that honored princess is looking down on you more and more. Breakfast has already been prepared in the main hall and she's currently ordering her servant girl to invite the esteemed prince over. Lu Xing wanted to stop her, but in the end, she was the princess of a country. Without the permission of his master, he could not afford to offend her. This Xia Furong. She thought she was still in the great Xia kingdom. A dove occupying a magpie's nest, how hateful. Nyang Nyang, this servant will help you chase her out right now. At the side, Tingyu angrily started to move but was stopped by Yao Moan. Ignore her, Yin Shui. Yao Moan called out to Yin Shui in a low voice. Master, this is what you wanted, said Yin Shui respectfully after appearing. Then she placed a brocade pouch in front of the dressing table. And, well done. You may leave. Once Yin Shui left, Yao Moan ordered Tingyu to sew all of the blood-colored pearls in the pouch onto her own clothes, then she put on the glazed agate ornaments on her head. In the end, Yao Moan finally took out a 9-1 hairpin from her jewelry box. This hairpin was made of pure gold and the workmanship was exquisite. Each phoenix tail was adorned with a bluish-green luminous pearl that complemented the jadeite on the phoenix head. It was exquisite beyond compare. When Yao Moan walked out of the bedroom, she saw Yi Junqing sitting there silently, allowing Xia Furong to pick food for him. He only nodded occasionally but didn't say anything. The moment he heard the door open, Yi Junqing suddenly looked up. However, when he saw Yao Moan's dazzling golden outfit, his expression froze. From what he could remember, this was the second time Yao Moan had dressed herself up as a peacock. The first time was when Fengyihan came. Ever since he slammed the door and left last night, Yi Junqing had been feeling uncomfortable. Whenever he thought about how all of the jewels Xia Furong was wearing came from Fengyihan, he felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Fengyihan was clearly doing this because he wanted Xia Furong to take him to Bactria. At that time, he would be able to write letters to Yao Moen without any restraint. Junqing greets Your Imperial Highness. Yi Junqing didn't think about this for now. He just felt that Yao Moen's appearance had saved him from the abyss of suffering. Furong greets Your Imperial Highness. This is Furong's first time in Great Chu and I don't know what Your Imperial Highness likes, so today I specially ordered Oz to prepare a table full of specialties from Bactria. I hope Your Imperial Highness will like it. Xia Furong greeted Yao Moen with a smile. When she saw Yao Moen's clothes, her eyes were instantly attracted by the blood-colored pearls on the clothes. Of course this consort likes good things to eat. Yao Moen happily placed her jade fingers on Xia Furong's hand, then followed Xia Furong over to the table. When Xia Furong saw the jade ring between Yao Moen's fingers, she couldn't help but swallow and a trace of greed flashed through her eyes. You like this? When Yao Moen saw that Xia Furong wasn't willing to let go, she widened her eyes and asked innocently. It's not that. Xia Furong knew that she'd lost control of herself and immediately retracted her jade finger. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw Yao Moen immediately take off the thumb ring, then grab Xia Furong's jade finger and forcibly put the thumb ring on her finger. Furong has plenty of these things. Your Imperial Highness, there's no need to give Furong any more. Xia Furong forcefully suppressed the pleasant surprise in her heart and pretended to refuse. Since you have plenty, then this one won't make much of a difference. Wanner also has plenty. His Majesty said that you're a guest, so Wanner should take good care of you. In the future, if you like anything, just tell Wanner and Wanner will give it all to you. Yao Moen didn't hold back at all as she smiled and continued to eat without a care in the world. At the side, Yi Junqing didn't know what Yao Moen was trying to do, but with his experience, he could tell with a single glance that the ring Yao Moen had just given Xia Furong wasn't worth much. In that case, then Furong thanks Your Imperial Highness. Xia Furong pretended to respond politely, but evil thoughts began to well up in her heart. So much so that after breakfast, Xia Furong didn't bother Yi Junqing. Instead, she stayed in Guan Osprey Palace to chat with Yao Moen. Yao Moen naturally dismissed Ting Yu and the others, then sat alone on the chaise lounge with Xia Furong as she chatted idly. Looking at Your Imperial Highness's luxurious attire, it's clear that King Yu really dotes on Your Imperial Highness. Xia Furong caressed the blood-colored pearls on Yao Moen's body, greedily refusing to move her fingers away. His Majesty really dotes on Wanner. He often sends a lot of fun things to Wanner, but after looking at these things for a long time, they won't be fresh anymore. Let's talk about these pearls, they're all red and aren't as pretty as the ones you're wearing. Yao Moen started to set traps. Is that so? If Your Imperial Highness likes the pearls on Furong's body, then Furong can trade with Your Imperial Highness. Xia Furong was pleasantly surprised and her eyes brightened. Really? You're willing to trade? Yao Moen put on an innocent expression, her pure eyes filled with innocence. Of course Furong is willing. Ahem. Furong's meaning is that as long as I can make Your Imperial Highness smile, I'm willing to suffer a bit. Xia Furong forcefully suppressed the joy in her heart as she said this. Chapter 254. It's not good to feel wronged. Wanner never wronged others. Yao Moen looked towards Xia Furong with slight disappointment. I'm not wronged. Furong willingly exchanged with Your Highness. How could Xia Furong allow Yao Moen to go back on her word? That's good. Just wait, this consort will give this to you. Take it back and change before returning it to this consort. How about that? asked Yao Moen seriously as she stood up. Of course. Xiao Furong nodded fiercely as the greed in her eyes deepened. Seeing Yao Moen skip into the bedroom, Xiao Furong called her an idiot. Anyone could see that the blood pearls on Yao Moen were more than 10 times more valuable than normal pearls. With this exchange, she'd earned at least 1,000 taels of gold, thought Xiao Furong. When Yao Moen walked out of the bedroom, Xiao Furong immediately got up to greet her. This is for you, but we already agreed that this was what you wanted. Warner didn't force you, emphasized Yao Moen seriously. Don't worry, Your Highness. Even if King Chu came, Furong would say the same. Xiao Furong pretended to be humble as she accepted the clothes, then yawned and left Guan Osprey Palace. Once Xiao Furong left, Yin Shui suddenly appeared next to Yao Moen. Master, there's news from Ben Lei. As Yin Shui spoke, she handed the letter to Yao Moen. Yao Moen glanced in the direction Xiao Furong had left and her lips curved in a meaningful smile. Only then did she walk over to the chaise lounge and sit down before opening the letter. Preposterous. When Yao Moen saw the contents of the letter, her expression abruptly changed. She stood up angrily and her eyes were as cold as ice. Master. Yin Shui had never seen Yao Moen this angry before. In Yin Shui's eyes, Yao Moen seemed to have the power to control the entire situation. No matter how troublesome the situation was, Yao Moen would always be able to deal with it easily. I was actually robbed. This consort has always been the one robbing others. I've never heard of anyone daring to rob this consort, roared Yao Moen through gritted teeth as she handed the letter to Yin Shui. Yin Shui took the letter and opened it in her hand. She looked down and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Reporting to Master, the silk, tea, and ironware transported by Yao Manifest trade to various countries within the past 3 days have been robbed at the same time. We have lost 2,000 taels of gold. This subordinate and the wind, rain, thunder and lightning have investigated to no avail. Right now, all the caravans of Yao Manifest trade have stopped shipping and await Master's instructions. Looking at the letter in her hand, Yin Shui's eyebrows tightly knitted together. Soon after, she tightly clenched the letter in her hand, causing it to instantly turn into ashes. Master, based on Yao Manifest trade's prestige in Mong Yuan, normal bandits wouldn't dare to provoke it. Now that Yao Manifest trade has been robbed for 3 days in a row, this subordinate believes that someone is deliberately opposing Yao Manifest trade. Yin Shui looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Who could it be? Yao Mo Wan's eyes narrowed as she pondered. An ominous premonition welled up in her heart. This subordinate will send a letter to the Yin clan in a moment. I hope they can share Master's burden, Yin Shui said solemnly. Absolutely not. Yao Moen immediately refused. Yin Shui looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. She wanted to ask, but didn't say anything in the end. If this consort's guess isn't wrong, this person is most likely that god of plague, Chu Ma Bei. If it really is him, then the reason he's making such a big move is to muddy the waters and use the clues to find the person behind the scenes of Yao Manifest trade. Moen is grateful that you've thought of asking the Yin clan for help, but with Yin Xiong present, Chu Ma Bei will naturally find out about this matter. In this world, the only people who can mobilize the Yin clan are you and Yin Xiong. At that time, he'll be able to easily guess that the person behind Yao Manifest trade is this consort. Yao Moen explained carefully. This subordinate was careless. Then what should we do now? Yin Shui suddenly understood and inwardly admired Yao Moen's meticulousness. Send a reply to Ben Lei. From today onwards, all of Yao Manifest trade's caravans are to be stopped. All transactions are to be carried out in Mong Yuan, said Yao Moen solemnly. But continuing like this isn't a solution, right? Yin Shui was deeply worried. She knew very well that the majority of Mang Yuan's income came from trade with other countries, so local transactions actually didn't earn much. Have Ben Lei and the others endure it for now. This consort will naturally think of a way to deal with those bandits blocking the way. Yao Moen suddenly thought of someone and her lips curved into a smile. Master, it can't be that you want Yan Nanxing to make an appearance, right? Yin Shue's lips twitched. Thanks to Yao Moen, whenever she entered Phoenix Feather Manor, all the servants would look at her like she was a thief. As time passed, she had already become the most unwelcome guest in Phoenix Feather Manor, not just one of them. Make the best use of everything and make the best use of the person's talent. This consort thinks highly of him. Yao Moen smiled resentfully. Master is wise. Yin Shui nodded firmly. Yan Nanxing really hadn't thought that Master would think highly of him. That was what Yin Shui thought. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was bright and clear, sprinkling silver fragments on the ground. Inside Harmony Palace, Xia Furong personally supervised Aw Zi and Aw Bai to remove the pearls from their clothes and swap them with Yao Moen's. With the lesson from before, Aw Zi and Aw Bai were extremely careful in their actions, afraid that they would damage the pearls in their hands again. These pearls that were incomparably precious in Xia Furong's eyes were nothing more than venomous snakes in Aw Zi and Aw Bai's eyes. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would attract a fatal disaster. That idiot Yao Moen actually used such precious blood pearls to exchange with this consort. With this exchange, this consort can earn at least 1,000 taels of gold. With this 1,000 taels, this consort can rebuild the prince consort's residence. Xia Furong rubbed her cheeks as she looked forward to the luxurious life she was about to live. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. Princess, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights came over today and said that the Yu King has set the time for you and the prince consort to leave you in 10 days. Aw Zi suddenly understood and immediately reported. It's only been 10 days, Aw. Xia Furong said with some disappointment. Didn't Princess want to go back as soon as possible? Aw Zi looked towards Xia Furong suspiciously. How could this consort have known that Yao Moen was such an easy person to deceive? Wouldn't it be better if we could get more money from her? You two better be careful. If even one of them is damaged, see if this consort doesn't twist off your heads. As Xia Furong looked at the blood-colored pearls in front of her, her dark eyes lit up even more. Aw Zi and Aw Bai instantly became 100 times more alert as they carefully put on the pearls. The next day, Yao Moen used the same method and used the rainbow-colored scales on her clothes to replace the golden scales on Xia Furong's body. As a result, Xia Furong didn't bother Yi Junqing for the next 2 days. Yesterday, someone from the Ministry of Rights came and told this prince to prepare and return to Bactria with the honored princess in 9 days. Have you thought of a way yet? Even without Xia Furong, Yi Junqing's heart was still heavy. Why would Moen need to think of a way? Yao Moen didn't agree. 2,000 taels of gold. This 2,000 taels of gold already includes this prince's deed to the esteemed prince's residence. Yi Junqing clenched his teeth as he raised 2 fingers. The meaning behind his words was that 2,000 taels of gold was his limit. Prince should just prepare to avoid missing the time. Yao Moen remained unmoved. Yao Moen. You're too heartless. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen didn't say anything, he slapped the table and got up. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen called him back. Chapter 255. Ahem. Since Prince wants to talk about feelings with this consort, then this consort won't talk about money. Yi Junqing immediately returned to his seat and looked towards Yao Moen with sparkling eyes. Really? Yi Junqing rubbed his eyes. It was like he was looking at a bodhisattva sitting in front of him. Of course, talking about money hurts feelings. Yao Moen nodded seriously. Then you have a way to help this prince cancel this marriage. Yi Junqing had never felt that Yao Moen's image was so lofty. There is a way, but... Yao Moen lifted her brows. Her eyes were like crescent moons and her smile was like a flower. Didn't you say you don't want to talk about money? Yi Junqing immediately narrowed his eyes. If Prince can persuade Yan Nanqing to help Moen resolve Mang Yuan's problems, this consort can guarantee that even the Emperor of Heaven won't be able to take Prince away. Yao Moen vowed solemnly. Yi Junqing was speechless. The stiff smile on his face shattered bit by bit and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Why don't you go ask for it yourself? Yi Junqing finally realized something. Even if he waited until the end of time, Yao Moen still wouldn't show him mercy. Didn't he refuse to see this consort? Yao Moen tugged on Yi Junqing's wide sleeves coquettishly. Her voice was as soft as a jasper flower. Then do you think that he really wants to see this prince? Yi Junqing countered with a question. To Yan Nanqing, Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, and Yin Shui were the 3 great malefic stars of his birth that he wanted to avoid. Moen believes that Prince will have a way. Unless Prince wants to be the son-in-law, or if Prince can take out 5,000 taels of gold. Yao Moen returned to the main topic and stopped haggling with Yi Junqing. Yao Moen aw. If this prince had money, this prince definitely wouldn't talk about feelings with you. Yi Junqing's voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing fling his sleeves and leave, she knew that this matter had been settled. The first rain of autumn was pattering down. The fine raindrops fell on the body, driving away the heat of the end of summer, making people feel a little more refreshed. In the imperial garden, Xia Furong jogged to catch up to Yi Junqing. She casually stretched out her long sleeves in an attempt to shelter Yi Junqing from the rain. Yi Junqing had no intention of wasting time with her, so he reflexively walked faster to the pavilion. The rain came so fast. Xia Furong smoothed out the long hair in front of her chest as she looked towards Yi Junqing with a sigh. These past few days, no matter how she tried to curry favor with him, she wasn't able to get even a hint of a smile from him. Even with the marriage contract in hand, Xia Furong was still a little worried. Does Prince remember that the first time Furong met Prince was in the rain? At the time of the Battle of Chongping, Prince was passing through Bactria. In order to see Prince, Furong had intentionally slipped out of the imperial palace and waited for Prince on the path that the army had to pass through. At that time, the rain was just like this, but in order to see Prince, Furong couldn't bear to leave. In the end, just as Xia Furong was getting excited, Bai suddenly called out to her. Princess, you. Before Bai could finish, Xia Furong abruptly turned around and glared at Bai, ordering her to shut up. Bai immediately fell silent, a conflicted expression on her face. When Xia Furong turned around, she happened to see Yi Junqing's gaze land on her. Xia Furong was delighted, thinking that her story had moved Yi Junqing, so she continued. Furong was finally able to see Prince's elegant demeanor. In the drizzling rain, Prince was like an immortal riding the wind. Prince's silvery armor made Prince look majestic. It was at that time. Just as Xia Furong was getting infatuated with her story, Yi Junqing finally couldn't take it anymore. Junqing feels that Princess should perhaps change your clothes. Yi Junqing reminded her with good intentions. Xia Furong froze slightly when she heard this, then immediately lowered her eyes. She was shocked to see that the plain white long gown she was wearing had actually been dyed with all sorts of colors. The rainbow-colored scales on her shoulders had already turned black. If she looked closely, it was clearly iron. As for the blood-colored pearls on the folds of her dress, after the color faded, it was revealed that they were the most worthless green ceramic balls. How could this be? Xia Furong was stunned, but then she suddenly thought of Yi Junqing, who was next to her. She immediately covered her face and ran back to Harmony Palace. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan was leaning against the window, her clear eyes filled with sorrow. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" asked Ting Yu worriedly as she draped a purple satin shawl over Yao Moan's shoulders. "This autumn rain came a little early. This consort still hasn't managed to swindle Xia Furong's phoenix hairpin out of her hair. What a pity, what a pity." While Yao Moan was upset, Ting Yu collapsed. Right at this moment, a burst of noise came from the main hall. "Your Highness, Her Highness the Empress is currently resting. Please come back later, or perhaps have this servant report." Lu Xing did his best to block, but he still wasn't able to stop Xia Furong, who seemed to have gone crazy. "Yao Moan! You idiot! Hurry up and scram out here. Come out." Xia Furong's eyes looked like they were going to split open. Her malevolent expression was like that of a malicious spirit from hell, causing others to tremble in fear. "Your Highness, this is Great Chu's Imperial Palace. The place you're standing in is where the Empress of Chu resides. If you continue to speak rudely, Lu Xing will report this to His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty definitely won't allow my Highness to suffer any grievances." Although Lu Xing didn't dare to make a move, he couldn't tolerate Xia Furong cursing his master like this. Suffer grievances. This consort didn't hear wrong, right? She, Yao Moan, would suffer grievances. Didn't you want to call King Yu over? Go then. Go call King Yu over right now. This consort wants to confront Yao Moan face to face. Everyone says that Yao Moan is an idiot, but that's because they're blind. Xia Furong roared at Lu Xing, her voice so loud that Lu Xing's head hurt. "Lu Xing, go stand guard outside the door." A leisurely voice came from the inner room. Yao Moan stretched lazily, then walked towards Xia Furong. "Yao Moan. You actually dare to come out to see this consort. Return the pearls to this consort. Return the golden scales to this consort. Return them all to this consort." Xia Furong opened her bloody mouth like a lion, wanting nothing more than to swallow Yao Moan into her stomach in one gulp. Based on what? Yao Moan had an expression that said she wanted to anger people to death as she swayed over to the chaise lounge and sat down. She casually pulled Fluffy into her arms. Perhaps it was because she had been with Yao Moan for a long time, but Fluffy had also become calmer and calmer. However, Jewel had scuttled away the moment Xia Furong had rushed in. "You still have the nerve to ask what based? Show it to her." Xia Furong stomped her feet and rushed in front of Yao Moan, her expression as cold as ice. At this moment, Abai had already brought over the multicolored gown. "What's wrong with this gown?" Yao Moan's eyes widened as she asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Look. These are the rainbow-colored scales and blood pearls that you exchanged with this consort. They're all fake. Do you admit it or not?" Xia Furong picked up the gown and threw it at Yao Moan's feet as she questioned angrily. "Of course I admit it. This consort was the one who exchanged with you. Is there a problem?" Yao Moan looked towards Xia Furong innocently as she asked in reply. "Can't you see the problem yourself? These are all fake. You used these pieces of scrap metal to exchange for this consort's pearls and golden scales. Yao Moan, return the things that you tricked this consort out of, and perhaps this consort will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, this consort will definitely go to King Chu and expose you. I'll let the entire world know that you're not stupid at all and that you're just pretending to be stupid." How could Xia Furong not be anxious? Imperial Father had borrowed those things from King Qi. If she lost them, how would she return them? Firstly, when you were exchanging, Moen asked you more than once if you were willing. You don't need Moen to remind you how you answered, right? Secondly, go and find His Majesty right now. Moen is the Empress of Chu and you're just a princess of a poor country. Who do you think His Majesty will side with? Also, how do you know that His Majesty doesn't know that I'm stupid? And how do you guarantee that His Majesty will believe your words? Yao Moen's questions left Xiao Furong speechless. Chapter 256. Yao Moen, you're too sinister. You're the mother of the country and you don't lack those things, so why are you trying to frame Ben Gong? Xiao Furong clenched her fists and veins popped out on her forehead. It's not exactly framing, I just want to make a deal with your highness. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she spoke in a serious tone. What kind of deal? Xiao Furong looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. As long as your highness can cancel the engagement, Moen will not only return those pearls and scales to princess, but will also give 10 times the reward as thanks. Yao Moen got straight to the point. You don't want the esteemed prince to marry Ben Gong. Why? Could it be that you? Yao Moen. You have no sense of honor. Xiao Furong suddenly realized and rebuked her harshly. Everyone loves beauty. The esteemed prince is so tender and lovely, who wouldn't want to take a bite out of him? There's nothing wrong with Moen doing this. Of course, princess can refuse, but before you refuse, princess should think carefully. Those things add up to at least 1,000 taels of gold. I wonder if Bactria's national treasury has enough to return to Fengyihan, said Yao Moen resentfully as she smiled coldly towards Xiao Furong. You! Yao Moen! This consort won't let this go. Xiao Furong was momentarily speechless. She stomped her feet and turned to leave Guan Osprey Palace. Behind her, Bai didn't forget to pick up the clothes on the ground. Only after Xiao Furong left did Yao Moen turn to look at the inner room. She's already left. Does Prince still not plan on coming out? Just as Yao Moen was about to speak, the door to the inner room opened and Yi Junqing walked out with a red face. Which eye of yours saw that this prince is tender and delicate? You're the tender and delicate one. Yi Junqing clearly disliked this description a lot. There's no need for Prince to say it. Moen also knows that I'm tender and delicate. Yao Moen raised a finger to lightly flick her cheek as she replied proudly. Are you sure that Xiao Furong will hold back and ask His Majesty to cancel the engagement? Yi Junqing ignored her and continued to ask. Unless she can gather the money, she has no other choice, said Yao Moen confidently. Then what if she really can gather the money? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with a bit of worry. Then we'll wait for her to raise the money first, said Yao Moen lightly as she casually put down Fluffy. Yi Junqing took a deep breath, then looked towards Yao Moen. This prince has already sent a letter to Yan Nanxing. You better fulfill your promise. Yi Junqing knew what Yao Moen wanted to hear. Don't worry, Your Highness. She has a plan and I have a ladder to climb over the wall. No matter what, Ben Gong will not joke around with Your Highness' marriage. Yao Moen smiled faintly as she walked to Yi Junqing's side. She suddenly reached out and tapped Yi Junqing's cheek. What are you doing? Yi Junqing practically bounced back a few steps as he looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Prince is truly tender. Yao Moen nodded in apparent seriousness. Yi Junqing froze in place. That night, in Harmony Palace, Xiao Furong was venting her anger on Bai and Zi when she suddenly heard a feminine voice coming from outside. That Yao Moen really does have some ability. She's actually angered the noble princess to this extent. Xiao Furong recognized the owner of the voice and saw that a woman dressed in magnificent clothing had appeared in Harmony Palace. She was holding a brocade bag in her hand. Who are you? Why have you come to Ben Gong's place? Xiao Furong was slightly startled. Only then did she put down her palm that had been raised in the air. At this moment, Ah Zi and Ah Bai's faces were already extremely swollen. This one is Great Chu's noble consortly, Princess can also call me Suwan. As for the purpose of coming to Harmony Palace, Yao Suwan deliberately kept him in suspense. She gracefully walked to the table and casually placed the bag on the table. Her jade-like fingers flipped the bag open and a silver light suddenly shot out. This is... Xiao Furong looked towards Yao Suwan in confusion. This is a top-quality luminous pearl. Whether it's the quality or the color, it's all top quality. Yao Suwan took out the luminous pearl from the bag and proudly waved it in front of Xiao Furong. Unexpectedly, Xiao Furong suddenly snatched the luminous pearl and threw it to the ground. Paw! This lousy thing isn't even worth a fart. Yao Moen, that damned thief, hasn't she tricked Ben Gong enough? She actually sent someone to trick me again. Get out of here. Before coming to Great Chu, Xiao Furong had already made inquiries about everyone in Chu Palace. Of course she knew that this self-proclaimed noble consortly, Yao Suwan, was Yao Moen's older sister. She was angry that she had mistakenly believed Yao Moen. If she believed Yao Suwan now, then she would be even stupider than a pig. Yao Suwan was speechless. The corners of her lips twitched and several black lines appeared on her forehead. Princess has misunderstood. Suwan and that Yao Moen are irreconcilable enemies, so how could I help her? If Princess doesn't believe me, you can examine it carefully. Whether it's that luminous pearl or the pearls and gold bars in the bag, they're all genuine. Yao Suwan explained calmly, but inside, she was cursing this ignorant fellow in front of her 81 times. If you say it's genuine, then Ben Gong has to believe it. Seeing the sincerity in Yao Suwan's eyes, Xiao Furong raised her brows. She couldn't help but pick up a gold bar and put it into her mouth. What does Princess think? When Yao Suwan saw Xiao Furong's method of examination, she felt that Great Xiao was truly endlessly poor. A dignified princess actually couldn't see through the quality of the gold bars. It's all right. But what are you doing with these? For the sake of the gold bars, Xiao Furong decided to believe Yao Suwan's words for the time being. Naturally to send charcoal in snowy weather. Suwan knows that Princess has suffered at Yao Moen's hands, so Suwan specially offered these things in hopes that they can help Princess out of your urgent need. Ever since Yao Moen had reminded her to leave the imperial palace that day, Yao Suwan had really had this thought. The world was high and the road was long. As long as she left the imperial palace, she would no longer be under Yi Hongyi's control. At that time, she could rely on the money she had accumulated in the palace over the years to live a prosperous life. As for her dream of being an empress, she had completely woken up. What do you want Ben Gong to do? Xiao Furong wasn't stupid and immediately questioned. As long as Princess can bring Suwan out of the imperial city, Suwan will be endlessly grateful. Yao Suwan directly expressed her intentions. Does the Grand Noble Consort of Great Chu need to be so sneaky if she wants to leave the imperial palace? Xiao Furong clearly didn't believe her. It's a long story. Suwan doesn't have any other requests. If Princess can help Suwan leave the imperial city, then these will belong to Princess. If you don't agree. As Yao Suwan spoke, she reached out to take the gold bars from Xiao Furong's hands. It's a deal. Xiao Furong immediately grabbed the brocade bag on the table. This could be considered as agreeing to Yao Suwan's request. Yao Suwan was inwardly delighted that Xiao Furong didn't refuse. It's getting late, so Sulwan won't disturb Princess's rest any longer. Yao Sulwan didn't want to stay in Harmony Palace for too long. After all, this place was too close to Guan Osprey Palace. That's right, Ben Gong has something to ask you. Does that Yao Moan like the esteemed prince? Xia Furong's straightforward question startled Yao Sulwan. This. What should Sulwan say? In any case, whatever princess sees is what it is. Yao Sulwan didn't add fuel to the fire. Right now, her goal was to leave the palace, so she couldn't complicate matters. Then what about the esteemed prince? Does the esteemed prince also like Yao Moan? Xia Furong looked towards Yao Sulwan anxiously. How could the esteemed prince be an ordinary person? He naturally wouldn't like that kind of mediocre woman. Princess, don't worry. Yao Sulwan deliberately reassured Xia Furong, but inwardly, she felt a bit of pity. It was a pity that Yi Junqing's good looks had ended up benefiting such a poor fellow. Chapter 257. I understand. You can leave. Xia Furong waved her hand doubtfully. Her tone was cold and completely devoid of respect. Yao Sulwan didn't bother arguing with her and immediately turned to return to Pure Flower's palace. The next day, when Xia Furong appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Junqing couldn't eat anymore. When he saw the luminous pearl on Xia Furong's waist, he knew that Xia Furong had managed to raise the money. What should I do? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan with sorrow in his eyes, his voice low and filled with despair. Otherwise, Prince should really just marry her. Cough cough. It's Mary, just marry her, suggested Yao Moan sincerely. Yao Moan. Yi Junqing glared at Yao Moan hatefully. Furong greets Prince. At this time, Xia Furong had already walked over and was bowing towards Yi Junqing tenderly. With the lesson from earlier, Yi Junqing didn't plan on returning the greeting and just nodded casually. That pearl on your waist is so pretty. Warner has an even better one. Do you want to exchange? Yao Moan reached out to touch the luminous pearl on Xia Furong's waist. Xia Furong immediately retreated a few steps, her eyes cold. This consort appreciates Nyang Nyang's good intentions. With Yi Junqing present, it wasn't good for Xia Furong to flare up. That's truly a pity. Yao Moan's sharp eyes glanced at that bead and the corners of her lips curved faintly. She clearly remembered that this bead was something Yi Hongyi had bestowed upon Yao Sulwan many years ago. It seems like the fish has taken the bait. Junqing has finished eating. I'll be taking my leave. Yi Junqing felt vexed, so he got up and saluted before walking out of Guan Osprey Palace. When Xia Furong saw Yi Junqing leave, she was just about to chase after him when she suddenly thought of something and turned around. Yao Moan, let this consort give you a piece of advice. A person has a face and a tree has its bark. Now that the esteemed prince is this consort's husband, don't have any more ideas about him. As for those pearls from before, this consort will just treat it as giving them to a beggar. Xia Furong raised her head and looked towards Yao Moan arrogantly. That's quite a coincidence. Moan threw those worthless things onto the street yesterday. They're probably in the hands of a beggar by now. Yao Moan's eyes curved into crescents and her smile was as brilliant as a flower. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. You. Humph. Xia Furong glared at Yao Moan before leaving Guan Osprey Palace. After Xia Furong left, Tingyu suspiciously looked towards her master. Nyang Nyang, did you really throw her playthings onto the streets? TSK. Do you think that Ben Gong is someone who hates money and bites my hand? Yao Mo Wan disapprovingly replied. Tingyu was speechless. She suddenly felt that her question was too stupid. What do we do now? Xiao Furong now has reinforcements, so how could she possibly break off the engagement? Asked Tingyu worriedly. Don't forget, this peace marriage wasn't decided by Xiao Furong. Yao Moen lowered her eyes to stroke Fluffy as an indecipherable light flashed through her eyes. Although Tingyu didn't understand, she still relaxed. She had truly forgotten that there was nothing Master couldn't do if she wanted to do it. After leaving Guan Osprey Palace, Xiao Furong searched for about an hour before she finally saw Yi Junqing in the pavilion on Jade Lake. Prince, you're here. Furong sure took Furong a long time to find you. Xiao Furong lightly wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead and smiled like a flower as she walked gracefully into the pavilion. Princess is looking for Junqing. Yi Junqing couldn't say that he hated Xiao Furong, but he definitely didn't like her. It's nothing important. It's just that the Ministry of Rites has decided on a date. Furong wants to know how Prince's luggage preparation is going. If Prince doesn't mind, Furong can have Bai and the others help Prince organize it, or Furong can personally prepare it for Prince. Xiao Furong truly liked Yi Junqing. From that first glance many years ago, she had made a vow that she wouldn't marry anyone other than him. If that wasn't the case, Emperor Xia wouldn't have shamelessly asked Yi Hongyi for a peace marriage. He knew very well that Great Xia and Great Chu weren't on the same level. In front of Great Chu, Xia was nothing but a poor ghost. However, what surprised Emperor Xia was that not only did Yi Hongyi agree to his peace marriage, he even agreed to let Yi Junqing enter Xia. Emperor Xia had never expected that something as good as a meat pie falling from the sky would land on him. To tell you the truth, Junqing hasn't prepared any luggage, nor has he ever thought about leaving Great Chu. Yi Junqing was still worried about Yao Moen, so he decided to speak frankly to Xiao Furong. Xiao Furong was stunned and looked towards Yi Junqing in confusion. Prince means that you want Furong to stay in Great Chu. Xiao Furong only hesitated for a moment before making up her mind. As long as she could be with Yi Junqing, even if she couldn't return to Xia, it would still be worth it. Junqing means that I won't take Princess as my wife. I hope that Princess can understand. Yi Junqing really wanted to use tactful words to make this sentence sound beautiful and pleasant to the ear, but he really didn't know what to add to make Xiao Furong feel more comfortable. Yi Junqing's words were like a bolt from the blue that rang in Xiao Furong's ears. Xiao Furong's brows furrowed and her voice trembled slightly. Prince isn't joking with Furong, right? This marriage was something that King Yu had personally written and agreed to my imperial father's request. Furthermore, Furong hadn't heard any opposition on the way here. Furong is truly unable to understand Prince's words. Xiao Furong's eyes became misty as she choked back her tears. In reality, Junqing had only received His Majesty's verbal edict the day before Princess arrived in Great Chu. Junqing had wanted to ask His Majesty to cancel the marriage at first notice, but His Majesty had refused to see him. However, this couldn't change Junqing's decision. I hope that Princess will forgive me for my lack of manners. Yi Junqing's voice was like rain pattering on celadon, clear and pleasant to the ear. Apologies, forgive Furong for not being able to understand or forgive. Furong only knows that this trip was to fulfill Imperial Father's orders to reconcile the marriage. No matter what Prince thinks, Furong will not change my original intentions. Xiao Furong's eyes were brimming with tears and her voice was heavy with sobs. Princess, there's no need to. Before Yi Junqing could finish, Xiao Furong had already turned and walked down the pavilion, sobbing as she left. That night, in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was looking at the letter that Ben Lei had sent over. A trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Master, now that Yan Nanxing has lent a hand, it can be said that the immediate worry has been resolved, comforted Yin Shui. The immediate worry has been resolved, but after this incident, I'm afraid that the stronghold in Mangyuan has been targeted. Yao Moen sighed lightly, then destroyed the letter. I can only hope that those people really are bandits, said Yin Shua indifferently. If they aren't bandits, this consort isn't afraid of them. Soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earth weir. If they dare to play any more tricks, this consort will personally deal with them. Oh right, do you think that Phoenix Feather Manor will be able to take out another 1 million taels of gold? Yao Moen returned to the main topic and looked towards Yin Shua solemnly. Ahem. This subordinate feels that. Master should be lenient. Don't force Yan Nanxing into a corner. Advised Yin Shua sincerely. Then forget it. Write back to Ben Lei and tell him to pay a deposit to the Prince of Xiliang first. The rest of the money will be given to him when we pick up the horses. Yao Moen felt that Yin Shua's words were reasonable. Yan Nanxing was also a person, he wouldn't be able to withstand repeated provocations. Meanwhile, in Harmony Palace, Xia Furong was furiously swinging her sleeves and sweeping all the porcelain pots and teacups on the table onto the floor. Princess, please calm your anger. Now that we have the Prince of Yu's imperial edict, the peace marriage is set in stone. The esteemed prince has no choice but to be willing. Bai timidly stood next to Xia Furong as she cautiously consoled her. Why isn't he willing? Why? With this consort's appearance, even 10 Yao Moens can't compare. He actually refused the peace marriage for that broken flower. At the side, Bai and Zi exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. In reality, in their eyes, their master's appearance wasn't even on the same level as Yao Moen's. If their master was a butterfly, then Yao Moen was a peacock. If their master was a peacock, then Yao Moen was a phoenix. In short, they were several levels apart. Chapter 258. No, this consort can't just sit and wait for death. Lead the way, this consort wants to see Yao Sulwan. Xia Furong's eyes flashed, then she strode out of Harmony Palace. Zi and Bai didn't dare to tarry, so they lit their lanterns and walked in front. Fortunately, they had already asked around for the locations of the various palaces, so they didn't have to rush around. When Xia Furong arrived at Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan was just about to go to bed. I didn't think that such a large Pure Flower's palace wouldn't even have a palace maid to pass on messages. Your position as a noble consort is a bit poor. Xia Furong suppressed the anger and worry in her heart as she looked around. Although there weren't any maids, the furnishings in Pure Flower's palace were all precious. Xia Furong suddenly felt that the heavens were unfair. They were both members of the imperial family, so why did she have to be born in such a poor country? Sulwan didn't know that Princess was coming and didn't go out to welcome you. Princess, please don't blame me. Yao Sulwan found the word poor unimaginable when it came out of Xia Furong's mouth. It's nothing. This consort just couldn't sleep, so I came to sit. Xia Furong wanted Yao Sulwan to help, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Actually, in front of Sulwan, Princess can speak frankly. As long as Sulwan can help, I won't say anything else. After all, Sulwan still needs to rely on Princess in order to leave the imperial palace. Yao Sulwan could tell that Xia Furong wanted to say something, so she spoke up respectfully. This consort wants to kill Yao Moen. Xia Furong hesitated for a moment before throwing down this threat. Yao Sulwan was slightly startled when she heard this, but she sneered inwardly. Newborn calves truly weren't afraid of tigers. Back then, she hadn't even been able to touch a single hair on Yao Moen's head, so what did Xia Furong have? Why would Princess have this kind of thought? If this was in the past, Yao Sulwan naturally wouldn't let go of this chance, but now, she absolutely couldn't let Xia Furong take this risk. Xia Furong was her only hope of leaving the palace. If it wasn't for that vixen Yao Moen, how could the esteemed prince have refused the peace marriage? This consort feels that only Yao Moen's death can end the esteemed prince's thoughts. Whenever Xia Furong recalled how resolute Yi Junqing had been at the time, she felt her blood boil. She wanted nothing more than to rush into Guan Osprey Palace right now and strangle Yao Moen to death. Sulwan predicted that Prince would refuse, but it's not because of Yao Moen. Yao Sulwan's lips curved slightly as she changed the topic. Then who? Xia Furong looked towards Yao Sulwan in confusion. The former empress, Yao Maxin. The esteemed prince's love for Yao Maxin was no longer a secret in Great Chu. To speak disrespectfully, if it weren't for Yao Maxin back then, the one sitting on the dragon throne today wouldn't be the current emperor. Now that Yao Maxin is dead, esteemed prince has placed his feelings on Yao Moen. It's just to reminisce about that dead person. Why must princess make life difficult for a dead person? Yao Sulwan earnestly tried to persuade her. So that's how it is. But Yi Junqing is determined not to return to Bactria with this consort. What should we do? Xia Furong looked towards Yao Sulwan for help. Sulwan does have an idea, but I'm afraid princess won't be willing, said Yao Sulwan awkwardly. Just say it, urged Xia Furong. Yao Sulwan didn't say anything. She just walked into the bedroom with a smile. When she came out, she was holding a purple glass box. As long as princess has a way to get the esteemed prince into your bedroom, once the rice is cooked, everything will fall into place. As Yao Sulwan spoke, she opened the glass box to reveal 2 red pills. You dare. You actually dare to incite this consort to do such a despicable thing. Xia Furong's face instantly flushed red as she glared at Yao Sulwan. Sulwan was only suggesting. Since princess isn't willing, then forget it. However, Sulwan must remind princess that the esteemed prince rarely changes his mind, not even his majesty. Yao Sulwan didn't seem to mind and closed the glass box. Just as she was about to get up, Xia Furong called her back. Actually, this consort and the esteemed prince have been engaged for a long time. Those things are just a matter of time, but... Are you sure that Yi Junqing won't go back on his word after the matter is done? Xia Furong was moved. She had come here for Yi Junqing, so how could she return empty-handed? The esteemed prince is an upright gentleman, he still has the most basic sense of responsibility, replied Yao Sulwan confidently. Hand it over. Xia Furong decisively reached out and took the glass box from Yao Sulwan's hands. This matter needs to be discussed at length. At that time, Sulwan will definitely lend princess a helping hand. Yao Sulwan rejoiced inwardly. If she could help Xia Furong snatch Yi Junqing away from Yao Moen's hands, she would be able to vent her anger. The next day, after breakfast, Xia Furong went to find Yi Junqing according to the plan she had discussed with Yao Sulwan last night. Is Prince intentionally avoiding Sulwan? In the Imperial Garden, Xia Furong walked over to Yi Junqing's side with small steps. Her voice was slightly choked up. Princess is worrying too much. Junqing is only going out for a walk. Yi Junqing had intentionally kept his distance from Xia Furong. This morning, he had confessed to Yao Moen about how he had rejected Xia Furong, but in return, Yao Moen had said, "Are you stupid? Furong has heard Prince's words yesterday. Since Prince isn't willing to take Furong as your wife, Furong naturally won't force you. Being able to see Prince again is already Furong's good fortune. Right now, Furong doesn't have any other requests. I only hope that Prince can come to Harmony Palace for a short visit so that Furong can personally brew a pot of butterfly fragrance that I brought from Xia and invite Prince to have a taste." Xia Furong looked towards Yi Junqing expectantly. This. All right. Yi Junqing already felt guilty, so it wouldn't be good to reject Xia Furong's good intentions, so he reluctantly nodded. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui handed Ben Lei's urgent secret letter to Yao Moen. Reporting to Master, several dozen shops with the name Thousand Paths have suddenly appeared in Mongyuan. They are involved in silk, tea, ironware, rice, and many other industries. Furthermore, their prices are all 10% cheaper than Yao Manifest Store. Right now, Yao Manifest Store's income has dropped by 70%. This subordinate and the elements have been investigating in secret but to no avail. This subordinate requests Master's instructions. As she looked at the letter in her hands, the veins on Yao Moen's forehead bulged and her eyes turned cold. She clenched the letter into a fist. Master, what do we do now? Yin Shui looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Even a tenth cheaper can't make any money. It was obvious that Thousand Paths was targeting Yao Manifest crews. It seems that someone is going against this consort. Cutting off a person's path to wealth is the same as killing their parents. This consort better not let this consort find this bastard, otherwise this consort will slaughter his entire family. Dig up his ancestors' graves. Yao Moen growled through gritted teeth as she handed the letter to Yin Shui. Yin Shui naturally destroyed it. Yin Shui believes that this person is definitely very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly gone against Yao Manifest Store, said Yin Shui. Isn't it just throwing money? What's so great about that? Yao Moen took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in her heart. Master wants to throw money at him. Yin Shui tried to figure out her intentions. Do you think that Yan Nanxing would be willing to pay this amount? Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui seriously. Yin Shui instantly fell silent, but she was sweating for Yan Nanxing inside. Tell Ben Lei and the others to close all the shops from today onwards. Yao Moen sighed and gave up on that idea. She didn't want to provoke Yan Nanxing too early. Just as Yao Moen stopped talking, Tingyu rushed in. Your Highness, Yao Sulwan is outside. She says she wants to see your Highness. When Yao Moen heard this, she turned to look at Yin Shui. Yin Shui cupped her hand slightly and disappeared from the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. When Yao Sulwan came in, Yao Moen was sitting on the chaise longue and hugging Jewel. Actually, calling it Jewel was already a bit inappropriate. Jewel had grown incomparably sturdy and was even bigger than Fluffy. Sulwan greets your Highness. Yao Sulwan slowly walked in front of Yao Moen and said respectfully. Chapter 259. Moen isn't used to second older sister suddenly being so polite. Speak, what did you come to find Ben Gong for? Yao Moen glanced at Yao Sulwan and sneered inwardly. Back then, Yao Sulwan had used this face to deceive her eyes. Now that she had been reborn from the ashes, she had already mastered the fiery eyes of truth. Sulwan came today to make a deal with your majesty. Yao Sulwan didn't care about Yao Moen's mockery and spoke solemnly. Deal? What, does second older sister feel that you still have the qualifications to make a deal with Ben Gong? Yao Moen looked towards Yao Sulwan with interest. Although Sulwan isn't smart, she isn't stupid either. Your Majesty clearly knows what Sulwan has done but isn't in a hurry to take Sulwan's life. The reason isn't hard to guess. Yao Sulwan's gaze was cold as she stared at Yao Moen's face as if she was trying to find the slightest change but to no avail. Oh. Then tell me, why didn't Ben Gong kill you? Yao Moen leaned back on the chaise lounge as she subconsciously slowed down the hand that was caressing Jewel. The reason your Majesty left Sulwan alive is because you want Sulwan to prove Yi Hongyi's evil deeds in front of the world one day. After all, Sulwan was the only one who had personally witnessed that tragedy that day. Yao Sulwan had nothing to hide about that matter. Yao Moen stared at the woman in front of her for a long time without saying anything. In the next second, she suddenly raised her hands and Jewel darted out of her arms in fright. Its two front paws landed on Yao Sulwan's face. Ah! The cat's sharp claws left 10 long bloody marks on Yao Sulwan's face. Deep within the marks, one could see the flesh curling up. There's a saying that the pupil surpasses the master. It seems that Jewel is much more capable than Fluffy. Yao Moen came to this conclusion as she looked at Yao Sulwan, who was covering her face with both hands and howling in pain. Yao Moen. You're going too far. Yao Sulwan's eyes were bloodshot from the pain as she glared at Yao Moen. You were the one who delivered yourself to me, so there's no reason for Ben Gong not to bully you. Oh right, you said you wanted to make a deal with Ben Gong. What deal? This consort is all ears. Yao Moen looked towards Yao Sulwan with a harmless expression and smiled like a flower. Scram! Yao Sulwan felt an incomparable pain on her face. She immediately pushed Yao Moen away and rushed out of Guan Osprey Palace. When Yao Moen saw Yao Sulwan run out of Guan Osprey Palace in a sorry state, the smile in Yao Moen's eyes disappeared and she called out to Yin Shui coldly. Master! It was as if Yin Shui had descended from the sky to stand behind Yao Moen. Hurry and find Yi Junqing. Yao Moen's expression was grave and her eyes were cold. These past few days, she had been too preoccupied with Meng Yuan to care about Yao Sulwan. Now that she thought about it, Xiao Furong had just gone to look for Yao Sulwan yesterday. For her to come to Guan Osprey Palace to make a fuss today, she was clearly trying to attract her attention. Her goal was most likely to be to cover for Xiao Furong. When Yin Shui saw Yao Moen's solemn expression, she didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately jumped out of Guan Osprey Palace. Inside Harmony Palace, Yi Junqing didn't doubt the tea Xiao Furong handed him at all. By now, he had already finished his third cup. From his point of view, Xiao Furong was admittedly a bit arrogant and willful, but in the end, she was still a princess of a country. She probably wouldn't do anything out of line. Is Prince feeling very hot? When Xiao Furong saw the fine beads of sweat on Yi Junqing's forehead, she pretended to be worried, but inside, she was so happy that she couldn't contain herself. According to Yao Sulwan, the best place to conquer a man was on the bed. Xiao Furong admitted that she didn't have much experience, so she just swallowed the other red pill and hoped that it would have a perfect effect. It's a bit hot. It's probably because of the hot and humid weather. Yi Junqing lightly wiped away the sweat on his forehead as he replied. Ah zi, ah bai, you two go to the imperial kitchen and bring 2 bowls of mung bean soup over. Xiao Furong also felt a reaction from her body, so she immediately sent Ah Zi and Ah Bai away. Once the two of them left, Xiao Furong poured another cup of tea for Yi Junqing. After the 4th cup, Yi Junqing's consciousness started to grow hazy. Ma Xin. You. Why are you here? Yi Junqing clasped Xiao Furong's hand tightly, his eyes glistening with tears. He had dreamed about her so many times, but now that he was finally able to see the woman he loved the most, how could he not be excited and moved? Prince. It's so hot. Xiao Furong was in a daze. She felt as if there was a stove roasting her chest. She tore at her clothes with all her might, trying to get that stove out. Ma Xin, I missed you so much. Yi Junqing abruptly pulled Xiao Furong into his embrace and wrapped his arms around her tightly. He was afraid that the moment he let go, the beauty in his arms would disappear. Prince. Furong so hot, so hot. When Xiao Furong touched Yi Junqing's body, it was as if she had found a clear spring. She abruptly wrapped her legs around Yi Junqing's waist and impatiently tugged at that azure dress. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked Yi Junqing's sturdy chest without any hesitation. She thought that it was a clear spring, but she had no idea that she was drinking poison to quench her thirst. Ma Xin. In the end, Yi Junqing was still a hot-blooded man, so how could he endure this kind of intimate action, especially when it was stimulated by drugs? Yi Junqing's hands also started to caress Xiao Furong's snow-white back through the gauze. When Yin Shui appeared in Harmony Palace, she saw this exact scene. Damn it! Yin Shui cursed and immediately knocked Xiao Furong unconscious. She then sealed Yi Junqing's sleeping acupuncture point with a flip of her hand. Afterwards, she yanked Xiao Furong, who was clinging onto Yi Junqing's body like an octopus, off and tossed her onto the ground. When they returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui carefully placed the unconscious Yi Junqing on the bed. Where did you find him? Yao Moen's eyes were as cold as ice as she looked at the disheveled Yi Junqing. Replying, Master, it was in Harmony Palace. Prince has been poisoned by aphrodisiac and its effects are extremely strong. Although this subordinate sealed his acupuncture point, he won't be able to hold out for long. If there's no antidote, Prince's life will be in danger, reported Yin Shui solemnly. Her meaning was very clear. Did you manage to concoct the antidote in time? Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui with worry in her eyes. The antidote for this type of aphrodisiac can only be used by women or men. Yin Shui's face turned slightly red. Damn it! Where's Xiao Furong? Yao Moen clenched her fists tightly as she said this hatefully. This subordinate has already knocked her unconscious in Harmony Palace. However, if there's no antidote, she probably won't be able to hold out for long, replied Yin Shui truthfully. Quickly go to Joy Spring Courtyard and drag that stupid little prince from Di Wangfu to Harmony Palace, ordered Yao Moen coldly. Yin Shui accepted the order and was about to leave when Yao Moen called her back. Unseal his acupuncture points. Yao Moen's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but Yin Shui still heard it clearly. She unsealed Yi Junqing's acupuncture points with 2 quick claps, then disappeared from the room at lightning speed. On the bed, Yi Junqing slowly regained consciousness, but his body was unbearably hot. Ma Xin. Ma Xin, where are you? I'm so hot. What do I do? I really miss you. What do I do? Yao Moen stood there for a long time as she looked at Yi Junqing's flushed face. In the end, she couldn't help but walk over. Ma Xin. Thank goodness you're here. It's good that you didn't leave. Ma Xin. Yi Junqing's hands started to get naughty. Yao Moen could clearly feel those slightly rough hands moving up her slender waist, her snow-white back, all the way to her hair. Yao Moen didn't even have time to prepare herself before she felt suffocated. That familiar scent lingered in her nose and the entanglement between their lips and teeth made Yao Moen deeply feel Yi Junqing's longing. Ma Xin. Yi Junqing murmured her name in his throat. Just as Yao Moen felt like she was about to suffocate, Yi Junqing's lips moved to her soft earlobe. The warm feeling tugged at Yao Moen's consciousness. Since it was destined to happen, why should she be bashful? This could be considered compensation. When Yao Moen thought of this, her body gradually relaxed and she gradually sank into oblivion. Chapter 260. Sensing the response from the person below him, Yi Junqing's movements became even more frenzied. The moment the robe rose, Yao Moen felt a chill in her chest followed by warmth. Yi Junqing's hand moved down to gently caress her impressive breasts. A certain part of her body was ready to explode. Junqing. I'm sorry. Yao Moen's fingers caressed Yi Junqing's back as tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. In this moment, Yao Moen was completely willing. But just as Yao Moen was about to agree, Yi Junqing suddenly stopped moving and stared at Yao Moen with calm eyes. Junqing. Are you alright? Yao Moen sensed Yi Junqing's abnormality and asked worriedly. Yi Junqing didn't say anything. He continued to stare at Yao Moen without moving. You. Don't scare me. I'm already prepared. Hurry. In a moment of desperation, Yao Moen abruptly pulled off the only piece of underwear she had left. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing stiffen like a statue on top of her, tears rolled down her cheeks. It couldn't be that there wasn't enough time, right? Just as Yao Moen was about to do it herself, Yi Junqing suddenly lay on top of Yao Moen and slid to the side. Junqing. Junqing, don't die. If you die, who did Moen do all this for? Yao Moen's tears flowed like a fountain as she sobbed silently. She shook Yi Junqing with all her might, but all she got in return was an intoxicated moan. Snore. Snore. Yao Moen suddenly let go and frowned. Only when she was sure that Yi Junqing had fallen asleep did she let out a sigh of relief and let out a roar. Yi Junqing, outside Harmony Palace, Zi and Bai were about to push open the door and enter, but they stopped when they heard the noise inside. Even if they hadn't eaten pork before, they'd still seen pigs run, so they naturally understood what was going on inside. Inside the room, Xia Furong was lying on the bed with a flushed face. Her hair was rippling like seaweed and her naked body was swimming in the water like a tender snake. So hot. Xia Furong lightly scratched her neck with a pained expression. TSK. What a stunner. On Xia Furong's body, a handsome man rubbed his palms together, and his eyes shone with greed. In the next second, he pounced towards Xia Furong's snow-white neck like a hungry wolf. Time passed second by second. When Xia Furong awoke from her daze, she suddenly felt her entire body ache. In particular, a certain part of her body was burning with pain. You're awake. The moment Xia Furong opened her eyes, a handsome face appeared in front of her. However, this person wasn't Yi Junqing. Who are you? Xia Furong got up in a panic. Only then did she realize that she was completely naked. Not only that, but there were actually several dozen bite marks on her flawless white skin. They were of different depths, and some of them were even bleeding. Ah! Xia Furong endured the pain and suddenly pulled up the brocade blanket to wrap herself up tightly. Tears gushed out of her eyes. What are you doing? It's not like you haven't seen it before. There's no need to have such a big reaction. The man lifted his brows and looked towards Xia Furong in disapproval. Bastard! Scram! Hurry up and scram! Xia Furong pointed at the door angrily, her fingers trembling like a loom. This prince also wants to leave, but it's not good to be seen by the palace maids and eunuchs. Why don't you let that person send this prince away? Said the man with a wronged expression. You! What person? Who exactly are you? Xia Furong roared furiously. Zi and Bai heard her clearly from outside and immediately rushed in. When they saw the unfamiliar man in front of them, the two of them abruptly closed the palace doors, then ran to the bed and looked towards the man at the table. You don't know who this prince is? Then why did you invite this prince here? The man was confused. Kill him. Kill him for this consort. Xia Furong's blood surged as she roared furiously. Bai and Zi exchanged a glance and were about to step forward when they were stopped by the man. This prince is the hereditary Prince Di Feng of the Di residence. You guys dare to kill me? When Di Feng saw that the woman on the bed was serious, he immediately reported his name. So what if you're the Di residence? This consort is the Princess of Grand Xia. The honored princess who's going to marry the esteemed prince. You actually dared to do such a beastly thing to this consort. Not to mention killing you, even if I scrape you, it won't be enough to resolve the hatred in this consort's heart. Xiao Furong rebuked him with tears streaming down her face. You're the honored princess. Di Feng looked towards the woman on the bed in realization. He thought that it was some imperial concubine who couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to make love with him. He didn't expect that it was actually a princess of Grand Xia. No wonder there were tears on her face. It turned out that she was inexperienced. This consort will definitely report this to King Yu and have you executed. Xiao Furong felt even more wronged as tears fell down her cheeks. It's fine if I'm executed, but I'm just afraid that His Majesty will execute this prince if he sees this consort. This prince isn't afraid of death, only pain. Di Feng looked towards Xiao Furong with a crying expression. If that's really the case, then scram. This consort will change right now and go find King Yu. Xiao Furong roared fiercely. When she looked down and saw the bruise on her snow-white arm, she was immediately filled with anger. Alright, this prince is going to die anyway. At that time, this prince will definitely talk about how your highness behaved in bed earlier. TSK. I truly never expected that the princess of Grand Xia would be even more seductive than the girls in the brothels. To tell the truth, this prince doesn't like people with looks like yours. If it weren't for the fact that you know how to show off, this prince wouldn't have touched you. Said Di Feng resentfully. You. Bastard. Xiao Furong was extremely angry. She pointed at Di Feng and couldn't even speak properly. Princess, should this servant still call King Yu over? Asked Bai carefully. However, she didn't expect that a pillow would suddenly fly over her head. Idiot! Do you want the entire world to know about this? Roared Xiao Furong. When Bai heard this, she immediately knelt on the ground and buried her head between her knees. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Look at you. She's currently angry, why are you provoking her? Does it hurt? When Di Feng saw that Bai's body was trembling like a sieve, he walked over and personally helped her to the side in an extremely gentle manner. Although this Di Feng was honored as King Di, his birth mother was a servant girl. If it wasn't for the fact that the main wife didn't have a son, the hereditary title of nobility wouldn't have fallen to him. As a result, he grew up watching his birth mother being bullied and humiliated by the main wife. As time passed, he began to sympathize with those weak people. Later, because on the first day he inherited the title of nobility, he found an excuse to kill the main wife who caused his mother's death. This infuriated Yi Hongyi. In addition to his dissolute personality, Yi Hongyi ordered him not to enter the palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't be spared. Bastard! You're all bastards. Whoa! Xiao Furong didn't know what to do for a moment. She could only sit on the bed and curse. Di Feng ignored her and only cared about comforting Bai, who was being cursed. If Prince does this kind of thing, how will my family's princess face people in the future? In order to avoid settling accounts later, Bai deliberately kept her distance from Di Feng and spoke in a low voice. Ahem. This is easy to handle. Since your highness has come to make peace, then it doesn't matter who you marry. This prince might as well suffer a bit and marry you. Di Feng once again sized up Xiao Furong, who was lying on the bed. His voice was filled with unconcealable helplessness. Chapter 261. You. Pa. This consort wants to marry Yi Junqing. Who do you think you are? Xiao Furong wiped away her tears and glared at Di Feng resentfully. Ha! Your Highness, aren't you being too naive? Do you really think that you can still marry Yi Junqing in this situation? Of course, if Yi Junqing doesn't mind this shoe that this prince has worn, then there's nothing to say. Di Feng smiled coldly as he looked towards Xiao Furong. Although she was a bit beautiful, he just couldn't bring himself to like her. Scram! Scram! How could Xiao Furong endure this kind of provocation? She immediately roared. Di Feng shrugged. From the looks of it, he could only think of a way to leave the palace himself. Once Di Feng left, Xiao Furong immediately felt wronged and began to cry loudly. The next morning, the thin rays of sunlight shone through the crisscrossed windows into the inner room of Guan Osprey Palace. On the bed, Yi Junqing rubbed his forehead with a deep frown. When he slowly opened his eyes, he froze in place. This prince. Why is this prince here? When he saw the faint purple bedsheet, Yi Junqing jumped up and looked towards Yao Moen, who was sitting in front of the dressing table, combing her ink-black hair, with a terrified expression. What else? Where does Prince want to be? Harmony Palace. Yao Moen leisurely turned around. Her face, which didn't have any makeup on, was as pure as a white lotus. It was so pure that no one could bear to blaspheme it. What exactly happened? Yi Junqing shook his head. He only remembered that he was drinking tea with Xiao Furong in Harmony Palace. He had no recollection of what happened after that. If it wasn't for this consort, Prince and Xiao Furong would already be done with each other. Yao Moen twirled her wrist and skillfully coiled her hair into a flying bun. How is that possible? This prince only went to drink a cup of tea. Yi Junqing was shocked when he heard this and quickly walked over to Yao Moen. Yin Shui, you tell him. Yao Moen ignored him and turned to face the copper mirror. When she finished speaking, Yin Shui suddenly appeared in front of Yi Junqing. Replying to Your Highness, when Yin Shui sneaked into Harmony Palace, you and Xiao Furong were hugging each other with disheveled clothing. Fortunately, Yin Shui arrived in time, so Xiao Furong didn't take too much advantage. Yin Shui examined the tea and found that there was indeed an aphrodisiac in it. Moreover, the effect of the aphrodisiac is extremely strong and incurable, Yin Shui said truthfully. How could Xiao Furong do such a despicable thing? It was simply. You said there was no cure. Then this prince. Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Shui in shock. Yin Shui didn't say anything and turned her clear eyes towards Yao Moen. You can leave. Yao Mo quietly dismissed Yin Shui, then picked out a pearl hairpin and put it in her hair. At this moment, Yi Junqing felt like all the blood in his body had frozen and his heart had stopped. He desperately tried to recall what had happened last night, but all he could think of were blurry scenes. Last night, this prince. Yi Junqing really wanted to walk over to Yao Moen and ask her about it, but he was so flustered that he didn't know which leg to take first. Prince, there's no need to take it to heart. Even if some things happened last night, in Moen's eyes, they've already become history. There's no need to look back. Yao Moen's expression was as calm as an ancient well, but a trace of delight flashed through her heart. When Yin Shui returned, Yao Moen finally found out that the reason Yi Junqing had fallen asleep at such a crucial moment wasn't because she wasn't attractive enough. It was because the aphrodisiac Xiao Furong had expired too long ago. However, Yao Moen still felt a bit annoyed. She had mulled it over for a long time before finally deciding to indulge herself for once. She hadn't expected that Yi Junqing would fall asleep while she was completely naked. How could she endure this? Then that means. Last night, this prince and you. Yi Junqing swallowed hard. His hands that were hanging by his sides couldn't help but tremble. He didn't dare to look Yao Moen in the eye. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. Prince, there's no need to blame yourself. Just pretend that nothing happened. Yao Moen turned around gracefully. When she saw Yi Junqing's guilty expression, she suddenly couldn't bear it. It's this prince's fault. This prince shouldn't have. Don't worry, this prince will give you an explanation. Yi Juanqing's eyes snapped open and he casually picked up a silver hairpin from the dressing table. As he spoke, he was about to stab it at his own heart. What are you doing? You've gone mad. Yao Moan was shocked and rushed forward to stop Yi Juanqing. This prince actually did such a despicable thing. I've let you down. I've let Ma Xin down. I've let your majesty down. Right now, this prince will use this life to restore your innocence. Yi Juanqing's eyes were filled with grief as he pushed Yao Moan away. You idiot. Moan's innocence has long been tainted by his majesty, so why would I need you to restore it? Also, nothing happened between us last night. Did you hear me clearly? Nothing happened. Yao Moan never expected Yi Juanqing's reaction to be this extreme. Even she broke out in a cold sweat. You. Is what you said true? Yi Juanqing stopped and looked towards Yao Moan in confusion. Yin Shui. Yao Moan was infuriated and immediately called out Yin Shui. Replying Prince, because the aphrodisiac you took was set aside for too long, the effects of the drug only lasted for a short period of time. The meaning behind Yin Shui's words was very clear. I heard you. Moan didn't take advantage of you, are you satisfied now? You can leave. Yao Moan dismissed Yin Shui and walked to Yi Juanqing's side with cold eyes. She abruptly pulled out the silver hairpin and angrily threw it onto the dressing table. Then she turned and walked out of the bedroom. Yin Shui is telling the truth. Then why didn't you just say it earlier? You made this prince think. Yi Juanqing followed behind Yao Moan. The moment he opened his mouth, he saw that Yao Moan's gaze was like a sharp blade that wanted to pierce through his chest. Yi Juanqing couldn't help but choke and not dare to say anything else. But he didn't understand. Wasn't it a good thing that nothing happened? Why was Yao Moan's face so dark? During the meal, Yi Juanqing wanted to confirm what happened last night several times, but he was hindered by Yao Moan's dark expression, so he forced himself to endure until Yao Moan broke the silence. Moan really wants to know what Prince is thinking. Even if something happened, did Prince have to die? What's the big deal? Yao Moan had a belly full of anger. She smashed her bowl and looked towards Yi Juanqing coldly. Then did something really happen? Yi Juanqing became uncertain after hearing Yao Moan's words. No. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. No one will stop you even if you want to die. Yao Moan flung her chopsticks, her face red with anger. In the end, you're Ma Xin's younger sister. Juanqing can't taint you no matter what. Yi Juanqing lowered his eyes and explained in a low voice. What if eldest sister had been willing back then? Yao Moan's heart sank slightly and she felt an indescribable pain. How blissful it was to be loved by this kind of man. But right now, she really couldn't feel the taste of blissfulness. Ma Xin wouldn't. Yi Juanqing suddenly looked up, his eyes clear and untainted. You really are a big idiot. Yao Moan buried her head in her food. You're not allowed to talk about Ma Xin like that. Yi Juanqing looked towards Yao Moan seriously, but his voice just couldn't sound fierce. I'm talking about you, replied Yao Moan hatefully. Right at this time, Tingyu walked in with small steps. Nyang Nyang, this servant saw Xia Furong heading towards Pure Flower's palace. Understood. Yao Moan nodded slightly. After suffering such a huge grievance, she had to find someone to vent on. When Yi Juanqing saw the smile on Yao Moan's face, he felt that it was best for him to keep his mouth shut. Although he really wanted to know why Xia Furong had gone to Pure Flower's palace and what this matter had to do with Yao Sulwan, inside Pure Flower's palace, when Yao Sulwan saw Xia Furong walk in, she immediately got up to greet her. Thanks to Xiao Yu, Yao Sulwan's face was currently wrapped in a thick white veil. Right now, the entire imperial palace is talking about this matter. Do you think I'm deaf? Di Feng couldn't bear to let Yi Junqing drink the wine, so he just handed him a piece of roasted beef. Sorry. Yi Junqing said lightly, but his heart was filled with complicated emotions. What kind of joke is this? If anyone is apologizing, it should be Yi Hongyi, not you. However, you really should thank me. Di Feng turned to look towards Yi Junqing as he said this in a matter-of-fact manner. Many thanks. Yi Junqing didn't pursue the matter and just thanked him. Actually, you chose the right person. In the entire imperial city, there's no one who dares to play with women in the imperial palace besides me. Di Feng didn't think it was shameful at all. Instead, he took a sip of wine as if he was proud of it. Play with women. Who did you play with? Yi Junqing looked towards Di Feng blankly with an astonished expression. Cough cough. Weren't you the one who captured Laozi from Happy Spring Brothel to Harmony Palace? Wasn't that the case? Di Feng coughed violently, then turned to look at him. Xia Furong. You. If that's the case, then you and the honored princess have already done the deed of husband and wife, then it's only right that you marry her. Yi Junqing quickly changed the topic as the image of Yao Moan's dazzling peach blossom smile appeared in his mind. There are plenty of women that have done the deed of husband and wife with Laozi. I won't hide it from you, but every few days in Laozi's imperial residence, there would be women bringing their children back to acknowledge their ancestors. Di Feng raised his hand to take another gulp of wine, then tore off a piece of meat. Yi Junqing was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. Actually, your scholarly and martial arts skills aren't below this princess, so why bother degrading yourself? Di Feng didn't reply and just continued to drink. After a while, he turned to look towards Yi Junqing. His eyes no longer had the teasing expression from earlier, but were now filled with a deep and serene color. Otherwise, how could Laozi have lived until now? This trip to Bactria is a long journey, so it's beyond Yi Hongyi's reach. His deep voice was cold and sinister. Di Feng's handsome face that seemed to have been sealed in ice began to show faint anger. Yi Junqing suddenly understood. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Come. If there's wine today, then let's get drunk today. If there's worry tomorrow, then worry tomorrow. In the next second, Di Feng had already returned to his mischievous self and handed the wine pot to Yi Junqing. Meanwhile, in Harmony Palace, after Xia Furong received the imperial edict from Bactria, she caused a huge ruckus and smashed the entire Harmony Palace beyond recognition. When Yao Sulwan came to look for her, she was scolded badly and even kicked twice. After leaving Harmony Palace, Yao Sulwan had nowhere to vent her anger, so when she passed by Jade Lake, she casually picked up 2 stones and threw them into the lake. Be a bit gentler, these are all treasures that His Majesty has bestowed upon the great prince. They'll be leaving the palace with Duke-honored glory tomorrow. Just as Yao Sulwan was feeling resentful, she suddenly heard the voice of a eunuch come from the other side of the willow forest. Yao Sulwan's expression shook slightly. She immediately turned around and walked around the willow forest. Only then did she see that the eunuchs were currently carrying 4 large chests made of pear wood towards Harmony Palace. Yao Sulwan carefully examined the 4 chests. One of them was about the height of a person, so it was big enough to hold her. When she thought of this, Yao Sulwan immediately turned around and returned to Pure Flower's palace. As of now, this imperial palace was no different from a heavenly prison to her. On the surface, His Majesty was telling her to retreat, but in secret, he was definitely thinking of a way to kill her. There was also Yao Moan's occasional taunts and ridicule. She truly had enough. Other than leaving the palace, Yao Sulwan had no other way out. The next day, under extremely unwilling circumstances, Xia Furong was invited onto an 8-bearer sedan chair. Ah, Si and Ah Bai naturally followed on her left and right. The 4 carriages behind the sedan chair each had 4 wooden chests tied to them. The procession majestically walked out of Harmony Palace and headed towards the eastern gate of the Imperial Palace. At the eastern gate, Di Feng was currently dressed in wedding clothes, waiting there. As for how Di Feng became Emperor Xia after arriving in Great Xia, that was a story for another time. At this moment, Yao Sulwan covered her mouth with both hands. She allowed her body to jolt about in the chest, but she didn't dare to make the slightest sound. The wheels rolled forward, but Yao Sulwan's heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by someone. The pain was indescribable. When she first entered the Imperial Palace, she thought that after Yao Moshin died, she would be the best candidate for the position of Empress. She never expected that she would be reduced to such a state. She was unwilling to leave just like this. But if she stayed, it would be hard to keep her life. With this kind of vexed and conflicted feelings, Yao Sulwan finally left the Imperial Palace. Chapter 263. On the night Yao Sulwan left the palace, Yi Hongyi sensed that something was wrong. After searching several times to no avail, he finally suspected the wooden chests Yao Sulwan had taken away. However, by the time Azure Dragon caught up, Yao Sulwan had already used a sharp blade she had prepared in advance to cut open the wooden chests and escape. That night, Yi Hongyi used strong alcohol to numb himself and drank until he was dead drunk. He was afraid that Yao Sulwan would tell the world about Yao Moshin. He was afraid that the world would look at him strangely, just like when Yao Moshin was still alive, everyone's gazes were filled with ridicule and disdain. The next morning, Yi Junqing walked into Guan Osprey Palace in a relaxed manner. When he saw the breakfast on the table, his appetite was greatly aroused. However, when Yao Moan placed a promissory note in front of him, Yi Junqing couldn't bear to eat anymore. 5 million gold taels. When did this prince borrow money from you? Yi Junqing's hand trembled as he gripped the promissory note. He was no longer able to remain calm. Does Prince not find it strange that Emperor Xia would suddenly change his mind? Yao Moan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing with a, "You should have guessed it," expression. "It's not strange." Yi Junqing firmly denied it. Just the word "strange" was equivalent to 5 million taels. Emperor Xia really hasn't seen money before. It's just 5 million taels, and he's willing to let go. It's like changing a piece of unpolished jade into a piece of scrap iron. Prince should be secretly happy. Yao Moan ignored Yi Junqing's pale face and poured herself a bowl of ginseng soup. This prince can't be happy. I don't have 5 million taels of gold, and I can't even take out 50,000 taels. What do you think we should do? Yi Junqing looked like he had no choice but to give up. Prince doesn't have any, but that senior brother of yours doesn't necessarily not have any. Yao Moan tried to guide him. Unless I sell the Phoenix Feather Manor. For the first time, Yi Junqing felt how terrifying it was for Yan Nanqing to be his senior brother. Then let him sell it. Yao Moan was starting to panic. Ever since the business in Mongyuan had closed, the numbers on the account books had been steadily dropping. This was the first time Yao Moan had felt a sense of danger from not being able to make ends meet. Yi Junqing was speechless. 3 black lines instantly appeared on his forehead. When Yao Moan saw Yi Junqing like this, she realized that she had lost her composure. Cough cough. If your highness doesn't want to trouble Yan Nanqing, then please sign here. At the side, Tingyu eagerly handed over a brush that had been dipped in ink. Yi Junqing didn't look at Yao Moan, nor did he look at Tingyu. He only closed his eyes, showing no intention of signing. Of course, if Prince is willing to pay with your body. Before Yao Moen could finish her sentence, Yi Junqing had already handed over the signed promissory note at lightning speed to Yao Moen. Yao Moen happily put the promissory note away, then picked up the bowl and chopsticks. Every dish tasted especially delicious. Yi Junqing already had a belly full of anger, so he tossed down the chopsticks and left without even looking. Once Yi Junqing left, Yin Shui silently appeared in the main hall and respectfully handed Ben Lei's secret letter to Yao Moen. "How are things on Yao Sulwan's side?" asked Yao Moen as she opened the secret letter. She went in the direction of Mang Yuan. "Master, don't worry. With Lu Sha following her, Yao Sulwan won't escape our control," reported Yin Shui. As she looked at the letter in her hand, Yao Moen's eyes abruptly turned cold and a shocking wave surged through them. "Master." Even if Yin Shui didn't ask, she could guess that something big must have happened in Mang Yuan. This consort was careless. "I didn't expect that 1,000 Paths would be able to quickly adjust their prices while Yao Manifest business was closed. They actually managed to earn back all of their losses. Preposterous." Yao Moen destroyed the secret letter in annoyance as her brows furrowed. 1,000 Paths is truly cunning. What should we do now? Yin Shui hadn't expected this result either. Help this consort draft a secret letter. Have Ben Lei and the others reopen for business with the same prices. Then have them secretly split up and buy back all of 1,000 Paths goods. Sell them to the nearby counties to reduce their losses. Yao Moen couldn't think of a better method right now, so she might as well earn some money from the difference. It was better than losing money. Yin Shui will do it right away. After Yin Shui left, Yao Moen didn't have much interest in this table full of breakfast, so she turned to return to her bedroom. That night, Yi Hongyi, who hadn't appeared for a long time, dragged his tired body in. Without An Bingshan and the new eunuch not to his liking, Yi Hongyi came alone. "Your Majesty has come to see Wan. Yao Moen was full of smiles as usual as she skipped over to support Yi Hongyi's arm. However, she was filled with disgust. "Shen misses Wan. Shen only has Wan. When Yi Hongyi spoke, the strong smell of alcohol drifted over. Yao Moen's brows furrowed. "Your Majesty cannot drink so much, it's harmful to the body." Yao Moen helped Yi Hongyi sit down, then looked towards Tingyu. Just as Tingyu was about to pour tea for him, Yi Hongyi suddenly raised his hand. "You can leave, Jin wants to have a good chat with Wan. When Tingyu heard this, she could only put down the teapot and respectfully leave Guan Osprey Palace. Seeing Yi Hongyi's drunken expression, Yao Moen's lips flashed with an imperceptible coldness. After her rebirth, everything she had done was finally showing results. The current Yi Hongyi was already on the verge of being abandoned by everyone. The important ministers of the previous dynasty seemed to be united with him, but were actually divided. The concubines in the inner palace were even more scattered. Yao Moen felt more and more that the time was ripe. "Wan, what do you think of Jin?" Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Moen into his embrace and coaxed her like a treasure. His voice was very soft, afraid of scaring the lovely person in his embrace. "Your Majesty is good. Your Majesty is the best person in this world." Yao Moen leaned into Yi Hongyi's embrace, her fingers playing with the jade pendant at his waist. But why did they have to leave Jin one by one? Consort Xian, Consort De, Consort Shu, Yu Qing, Yi Liu, Yi Zixiao, and Bing Shan, Yao Zhenting, and Yao Sulwan. Jin has never mistreated them, but why did they have to betray Jin? Why? Yi Hongyi's grip on Yao Moen's arm tightened, his gaze sinister. "It hurts." Yao Moen stammered, tears welling up in her eyes. Yao Moen counted on her fingers and realized that she really had done quite a lot of things. Sorry, Wan. It's Shin's fault." Jin shouldn't have used so much force. Can you forgive Jin? Yi Hongyi clutched Yao Moan's shoulders in fear, begging like a child who had done something wrong. His eyes were filled with grief. Warner knows that your majesty is upset. Warner doesn't blame your majesty. Forgive. Yao Moan snorted disdainfully. Yi Hongyi, in this world, not everyone who has done wrong has the right to be forgiven. Based on everything you've done in the cold palace, if I forgive you, then I really would have died for nothing. Warner, don't leave Jin, Jin only has you. That night, Yi Hongyi stroked every inch of Yao Moan's skin as gently as he could. Like a clam wrapping around a pearl, he embraced her wholeheartedly. That night, Yao Moan felt nauseous like never before. There were several times when she had to endure it with all her might to suppress the cramps in her stomach. Yao Moan knew that it was because of Yi Junqing. Although nothing happened that night, her heart was lost. The next day, less than 6 hours after Yi Hongyi left Guan Osprey Palace, he received an urgent report from the Imperial Hospital saying that Yao Moan had contracted a serious illness. At this time, Yi Hongyi had just left court and rushed to Guan Osprey Palace when he heard the news. When Yi Hongyi arrived at Guan Osprey Palace, almost all of the imperial physicians were gathered in the room, their expressions heavy. Yao Moan was lying stiffly on the bed. Her face was purple and her eyes were hazy. Her hands would occasionally spasm as if she was about to die.